Hello, everybody. Excuse me. That's what happens when you hit 50. You just the pipes ain't there no more. Hope everyone's doing well on this Saturday. We have Kurt and Devin, the OG, a little earlier than expected chat with Al in the chat.
It's not early. You're just late.
I'm always late. I want to be late for my funeral. I recommend that for everybody. And I'll say hello to W Vogs, our good friend Moni G, Mark Jones, and anyone else who joins. Feel free to jump in the chat. Always be cordial and polite. We have Kurt Bergland, creator of Pine Tar baseball teams, along with the owner. Is that the right way to put it? James Forno. They make these
wonderful head cook, chief cook, and bottle washer. Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah.
James. Yeah. And we're talking a little Pine Tar baseball, which is one of my favorite games. I love the pitching grades. We also have Devin, the OG, and he's going to be talking a little military strategy games and lock and load and some other fun stuff. And then we'll go into our usual what's going to come out of Al's mouth and Ken, Kurt, and OG control the idiocy that I am. So also let's say hello to Jamie. Hope all is well. Philip Reynolds. Check out all these lovely FOC channels, friends of the community, friends of the channel. Nurse Teresa is playing it out in the kitchen, and I think she just lowered it, thank God, because I would have heard, echo sound, which would have drove me nuts. Anyway, I'm my biggest fan, by the way.
You have to be.
I do. If you don't love yourself, you're never going to get laid.
Wow.
Too soon? Too soon?
Too soon.
Okay. Sorry. All right. All right. Kurt Bergland, Pine Tar Baseball. Tell us about Pine Tar Baseball. Tell us about your channel. If you haven't subbed Kurt, please do so. Sub, like, share. That's how we all grow. The floor is yours, Kurt.
Well, on the channel this week, I have been doing some games from our, I think, less than a week old or maybe 10 days old Teams of the 90s set that landed on the website. And had a really fun game actually last night between the 94 Yankees and the 95 Indians. But I've been kind of working through all the teams in that set to give people an idea of who's on the rosters and what they play like and what some of the cards look like and all that stuff. This week, or in the next few days, I'm not sure when, we're going to launch the Best of the 2010s set, which is 10 teams from this past decade, including the World Series teams from last year, in case
great choice
you feel like, grabbing your garbage can and pounding it until you're happy. But there's other great teams in there too.
The Astros have a special grade for stealing signs.
And the thing, this is terrible for me to admit, but
you thought about it, didn't you?
I almost didn't want to make them.
Really?
Yeah. And I struggled then for a long time. I think I talked to you about this, about whether I should create the 17 Astros or the 19 Astros. And then I decided, well, since the 19 team is so controversial, everyone's going to want to see them. And I can do 17 later if people are clamoring for it. But yeah, so it's the 2010 Giants, the 2011 Rangers, the 2012 Orioles, the
2018 Sox,
2018 Sox, the 2017 Dodgers, the 2018 Brewers, the 2019 Nats and Astros, and I'm forgetting, the 2014 Angels, because I wanted to do Mike Trout's best team. They actually were in the playoffs you needed an egg timer to figure out how long they were actually there. But
Not very
they were
long.
in they were in the playoffs. And so, and I think that's 10 Rangers, Giants. And so anyway, so that's ready to launch very, very soon. 20 best teams of the 2010 set A. And then this week, other than doing the teams of the 90s on the channel, I have been working on a great teams of the Negro Leagues set that we're going to release later.
You had an all-star game I enjoyed listening to at work. East-West game, it was called.
Yeah, and so what I was
and that was a good game. Check it out.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun, and in real life it was 10-2, but mine was 6-4, and it was fun. But we're gonna do a Kickstarter for the Negro League set, and they're going to be on playing card stock. And so,
like you did the Legend set.
Yes, exactly.
That is sweet.
And so there'll be 10 teams from the Negro Leagues. And so I was working on which 10 it would be. And I realized during the week that nobody's written about that. Nobody's, everybody's kind of written about who the best 10 teams are in Major League Baseball history, but nobody's written about that. They've written about franchises, but they haven't written about individual season teams. And so what I had to do was kind of create my own system for figuring out which teams should be in and which ones shouldn't.
It's tough because I have the Strat Negro League set. I predominantly got it because of Satchel Paige, and I like to play the 1936 Crawfords with Page and Gibson. But when I came across this really good Negro League website, historical, and a lot of the stats are different than what Strat has. And I don't know. I know they did barnstorming. I don't know how because I was looking at the 36 Crawfords. And the stats are comparable but different. And it was interesting to me because I was like, but I know some stats weren't kept accurately, I guess. I'm not sure. It's tough to find out stuff on that. I chose the 36 Crawfords when I play my Strat because that's his lowest, for what I have, his lowest ERA. And I'm an ERA guy. So I'm looking forward to that set because you do have in your Legend set, in the National League and American League, I'll call it a National League, or two different sets of the Negro Leagues with Satchel Paige on one team, which is a team I really enjoy, and then another set of Negro League All-Stars, I call them. Right. It's a fun set.
Right. It is, and it's tricky because before the Negro Leagues World Series started in 24, most of the data sets are between 20 and 40 games. And so I didn't really get into those too much. What we did was we decided to start with 24 and go to 48 and pick 10 teams in there.
I think that's a good choice. I really do.
Yeah. So we're talking about, and this, I use teamheads.com because their data is more up to date than Baseball Reference and more complete, more accurate. And so talking about 70 to 90 games of stats typically in there. And so, and then I weed out the Mexican League and just go with Negro League's stats and run the cards. And so so now we're down to 10. And so now I'm ready to start doing the individual cards.
Quick question, Kurt.
Yeah.
When does it look like Pine? I know you can download PDFs.
Yes.
When are you going to go back to where people can order the cards if they don't want PDFs and get them printed themselves?
Well, that's kind of dependent upon the
situation,
the COVID thing. Yeah, because I know that the print shop was closed, and then I think they were just in a reduced crew for a while, and so they're behind. But I'm hoping it's going to be very soon. James told me what state they're in, and now I forget. They're out east somewhere, and so I'm hoping it's soon that they start to run some stuff for us because we want to be able to ship the 90s cards.
I do like the card stock, whether I have to cut it or not. I do. I mean, I printed some up. And I realize I don't like doing that. I just don't. But I think I will. I'm looking at the Japanese set of Legends. It's 4 teams. I think that one I wouldn't mind printing because I can get decent card stock for that. And but I do enjoy. I'm looking for it. I don't have it near me, but when he says like a playing deck of cards, it's a playing deck of cards. Like it's nicer quality. They're really fun. And I remember I always joke with him, "Are you going to do that for all your sets? Because it's me and cutting cards." But I'm enjoying the Great Teams League. I finished 2 series, best of 7, up on the channel if you want to watch. Dodgers, 65 Dodgers, 76 Yankees. 76 Yankees were a lot of fun to manage. I just have to say that. And the 67 Red Sox, 75 Reds, a lot of fun. I don't know what next 2 teams. I think it's going to be the 86 Mets, and then I'll pick someone. So I'm enjoying it. It took me 2 days to figure out Pine Tar baseball. I'm still not an expert, but I'm lucky to have Kurt that I can email him and ask things. Very fun game. Different look at baseball with the pitching grades, home, away, and then after the third time through the lineup. It makes it for a much more. I play a lot of different games. I play Strat. I play PC games, but it's an interesting, different way to play, and it's just fun because you got to really think about it. You really got to manage your pitching staffs well, and I think that's a really unique and, to me, fun thing to do. I really do enjoy that.
Yeah, it's challenging. I mean, it takes lefty righty splits, but then it adds home road splits, and then it also gives that third time through the order dimension, which the data is telling us is really more and more of a factor, certainly in current baseball, but also if you look back in history, you wonder, well, why did some of these stars, like Spawn, for instance, was a starter back, in the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and actually improved during the ball game, got tougher as it went along. Some pitchers were like that, others aren't or haven't been.
It's just a unique.
Knowing the difference.
It's a really unique, fun concept. When you have good pitchers and you sit there and you go, I'm in this game. And the other thing I love with the Dodgers, again, it's my game. I can play the way I want. They would never do this in real life. I played with a DH. I think I'm going forward. I'm going to play a DH all the time. It's just because when you're streaming, I go slow anyway. I try to talk to the chat, enjoy the game. But with a DH, I got to make a few less changes. I've been debating whether I want to go DH for every game. But what was really fun is I got to have Don Drysdale, who became the best hitter for the Dodgers, DH in Yankee Stadium, and I thought that was freaking awesome. That was awesome. I don't care if it's not whatever happened. It was fun to do, and that's what these games are about, fun.
That's right. He was a monster in 65.
He was a good hitter.
He was, and he was used as a pinch hitter, I think 14 or 15 times, and so Alston recognized it. Not that Alston probably had very many good choices.
The other thing, I was watching your game the other day, sorry to interrupt. The Gene Lamont comments were freaking, wake up, Gene. Someone wake up Gene Lamont. That was hilarious. And people wanted him to be the Red Sox manager. I was like, are you out of your mind?
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, when they took Bobby V instead.
Oh.
Thank God. No, we didn't win anyway. Bobby V was nuts, but at least he was entertaining.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Gee.
He interviewed for the job. I was like, oh, not Gene Lamont.
Yeah. And that's a fun team, too, the 93 White Sox. The Bo Jackson is the big draw on the team, I think, as far as a name. Well, Frank Thomas, too. But their pitching staff is really deep. They had Raines leading off. It's a very, very good team. I think when people do tournaments of the 90s, they're going to see that those Sox are pretty tough customers.
Kurt, I had forgot that Ricky Henderson played about a year for the Mets because he's on the Mets 99 team. I went back and went, holy cow. And then he traded him to San Diego the next year. Looks like halfway through or a little less.
Yeah, I don't know if they got sick of him or what, but
I think my guess is they got sick of him.
Yeah, but he was good. He was really important for their offense. they're I don't know, something happened to Brian McRae in center too for them. I don't know if he got hurt or something, but then they traded for Darrell Hamilton and replaced McRae with him, and a bunch of guys had time and left before Ricky got there. So actually I said that just like Ricky.
Ricky loves
so
Ricky.
Ricky, no one loves Ricky like Ricky.
That's
And
right.
so it was an interesting team to card because their position players were kind of fragmented in the amount of playing time they got, and so you had to kind of cut and paste things together, and then you got Bobby Bonilla sitting there. But it's a fun team.
I enjoyed that game with the White Sox. Check it out, people. Fun game.
I like that Mets team a lot, and I loved watching them in the playoffs that year. And so, they're a good group. They're a good group. The only thing they don't really have is
the pitching's not good. The starting pitching, they're all like 4 ERAs more. I was surprised at that. So
yeah,
I went and I looked,
so
and I was listening to
top of the rotation guy. But
yeah,
other than that, I mean, I guess it might be Yoshi. I don't know. It seems like that's who Bobby V was counting on to be the big guy, and he's a B, which is nice. But when you're going up against A's and A pluses, you got to kind of, So,
well, now we're gonna move to our good friend Devin the OG. Thank you, Kurt, and we look forward to all. And you can get Pine Tar Baseball on
TTLBaseballGame.com.
Excellent, and we're gonna put that in the chat. Or in the link later on. I'm going to look it up as OG. It's been a while, my friend.
It's been a while.
So how you doing?
Doing pretty good. It looks like I'm getting a little bit of lag on my side because I'm seeing you talk about 2 seconds after you actually talk. So if the timing on this is a little off, I apologize. I don't know why. I don't know if it's your end or my end, but yes, but yeah, everything's going fine. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, life is.
How's our mascot? The catfish.
He hasn't come out yet tonight. He's still in there, but I'm sure he'll poke his head out at some point. Should probably angle the camera just a little bit more so we can see more of him if he decides to come out. So,
house on the catfish.
Yep, big catfish.
Big catfish in a little tank. Josie and the Pussycat. Okay.
I remember Josie and the Pussycats. I used to watch that cartoon.
I did too.
Yep. So you probably want to know what's going on with Lock and Load.
Yes. I have purchased the game on Steam.
Lock and Load Tactical Digital.
Excellent price point. I've not played it yet. I will, and I'll have a. You
know how to get a hold of me.
I know, and you're going to regret that, just like Kurt does, because I'm like, Kurt, how do you do this? Kurt's getting these emails when I can't sleep 3:55 in the morning. Kurt, I'm like, how do you do this?
Well, I'm up. So.
Go ahead, OG.
Yeah, Lock and Load Tactical Digital. I don't know. So the company that I work for, Lock and Load Publishing, we've recently put out 3 computer games in like the last month, and they're all pretty relatively cheaply priced. We got Victory and Glory, American Civil War, which is kind of an operational look at the American Civil War area movement, kind of a quick way to do combat. You have little units that you put out there, and your left flank, your right flank, your center, and then you've got the generals that you attach and you shoot at each other, and that's kind of cool. But then we also did the flagship game that we've been working on for a while, Lock and Load Tactical Digital. We went ahead and got that out, and yeah, the starter kit has got 4 scenarios in it, and I think it's $10 right now. We originally released it at $4.99. And we're doing DLC packs. We've got 2 DLC packs that are out right now. The first one for Normandy. Normandy is going to have 5 scenario packs eventually. And then we've also got one for Vietnam. And I think the Vietnam one is going to have 2 or 3. The next one that we're going to be releasing should be later this month is Days of Villainy. And that's kind of a smaller one. David wanted to get kind of a smaller one out.
What's that about?
The Syrian Civil War. Libyan Civil War.
Oh, that's in the 50s.
No. This is right after Gaddafi was taken out.
Oh, the Libyan. I thought of Lebanon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no
I'm
worries.
sorry. I thought about
So
Lebanon.
that one's got 4 scenarios in it, 2 maps. It wasn't a very big game of ours, but
That's
it was something cool we can pop out. That one's probably going to be like $4 or $5. Should be out later this month. I've been playtesting for the last 3 days on it, and I've probably sent off 24 bug reports to our programmer, and I feel so bad, but you got to do the bug report thing. You got to get the bugs all ironed out. Yeah, yep. Hey, I get paid to play war games. How can I complain, really? And then we've got with the other 2 that we've got on table to get out, and I think we're probably going to try for either one a month or one every other month from here on out. Is the Falklands expansion? That's going to be 1 DLC because we only had like 12 scenarios for that one, and Heroes Against the Red Star, which is or is it Heroes of the Pacific? I don't remember exactly which ones. There are so many that I have access to that other people.
Red Star?
That's World War III. Cold War gone hot. Hypothetical. That's going to have 1 scenario pack. But yeah, we've got Heroes of the Pacific, and then we've got the Illusions battle pack for that one.
But I'm not hearing what I want to hear.
Bien Ben Phu.
Bien Phu.
All I can say, don't give up hope. That's all I can say at this point. That David wants to sit down, and this has been kind of a boom year for us at Locker Publishing. I can't say now. For my design, the game that I've been working on, we've had something that has been holding us up. I'm still not allowed to say what it was really because
I know what it is.
Yeah.
We've talked.
We've talked about it.
We'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, we finally cleared it. I just can't talk too much about it. So we are advancing on it. The maps should be done. My map maker said he was going to have the maps done tomorrow, and if he doesn't, I need to yell at him about that. The box art cover, we've got an artist from Poland who does some really phenomenal digital art. So that's going to be taking care of the box art, and the counters should be done 4 or 5 months from now. We're looking to have a Kickstarter release for my title September, October, November, right around there. That's when we're hoping for it. I've also got another game for Pegasus Bridge that we're going to work on after that. David wants me to do Stalingrad, but that's still a couple years out probably. And we've got some other stuff. David wants to do a show so he can do the big release, so I can't really say too much about what's going on. So probably within the next week or so, David's going to have an actual big show that we're going to sit down and say, hey, this is all the Lock and Load tactical stuff is coming, and believe me, there's a ton of it that's coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna put some up on my channel. Not that it's gonna help you guys, but I'm gonna put it up on my channel.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yep, because I did purchase it. I'm looking forward. I enjoyed I didn't catch it on Twitch, but I caught it on YouTube, the replay. That was fun, and I listened to stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Your stuff, I'll stop and I'll go back and look because I want to see what you're doing. See, I don't like. I'm not good at the naval battle stuff. I could have. Yeah, if I was a Japanese, I would have lost Pearl Harbor. I'm just telling you, I'm horrible at naval battles. You put me in. Again, this is a game scenario. I don't wish war upon anybody. Before we get the whole, you give me a land battle. No, Kurt, it really happens. It's mind-boggling. It's like, dude, get a life, or whoever you are, get laid. Jesus, wow. You give me a land battle, and I'm not going to mention other games I played, but there's one I like, and that's why I know I'm going to like Lock and Load.
Order battle.
Land battle, I can figure out what I'm supposed to do and be successful most of the time. You give me a naval battle against one ship, and I will lose. I can't find it in time. Next thing I know, I lost.
Naval battles is a completely different beast. It really is.
You gotta find them.
That's the big thing. That's and the game that I was.
You know when I find them, Kurt and OG, when they sink something on my, I found them. Didn't do what I was supposed to do. But yeah, I look forward to we're gonna. Do you think? Did you guys go quicker with the PC version because there was some difficulty with the tabletop version?
No, not really.
Or was that right on schedule?
The digital version. Well, you got to remember,
Digital version.
Lock and Load Tactical has been around for nearly 20 years.
Yep.
And about 10 years ago, Matrix Games, who the owner of Lock and Load Publishing right now, used to own Matrix Games, and Matrix Games released a Lock and Load, the first Lock and Load computer game. I think it was 2012. Is that the one that's on Streets of Stalingrad.
Okay, I don't think that one's on. There was another one on Steam, not the ones you guys just released, but I don't remember what it was. Like a free thing, like to try the game out or something. I don't recall it, but
no, not that.
Okay.
I may have to log back in. I'm getting a lot of lag here.
Yeah, you're starting to go blurry now.
I'm not running anything.
Well, just go out and come back in. And if I have to send you an invite, just
Well, let me reboot. Let me reboot my machine. I'll be right back.
Okay. Kurt, it's you and me now. It's a big task to try to keep me in control. But
that's okay. That's all right. I'm up to it.
So, Kurt.
Yes, sir.
Why did you go with going back to Pine Tar quick, and then we'll open up to just general chat, pop culture, all that kind of crap.
Sure.
You went with 10 teams in these upcoming sets instead of 8,
yeah.
Which is unique. What was the choice of going with 10? I like more teams than less teams, and they're all good teams. You're gonna get all close games, and that's what I like to play.
Yeah, it's funny because I used to coach high school sports, and one of the things that I experienced when I did that is that I always found that there was always a group of guys or girls who were definitely going to make the team. They were definitely going to make the team, and there was no question about it. And then they were going to be on, and then you'd be doing tryouts, and then there'd be like these other spots you'd fill, and you weren't really sure which way to go. And it seems like when I work on these sets, it's kind of the same thing. There's this immediate number of teams that automatically come to mind, and then there's a few left. And so I need that wiggle room of 9 and 10 to get me to feel comfortable with the set of.
That's interesting. So
and it gives people. And so the other thing that I like that it does is that if someone is going to set up a tournament of 8, they've got some choices, and they don't have to be locked into the 8 that I picked.
Right.
They can kind of go with their own.
That was my thought process why you did that. So that's pretty cool. Devin has joined us again. So back to Devin. You know what it could be, Devin? I just thought of it because you had YouTube up too. Also,
yeah, no, I shut the YouTube. Now I've been having problems with my Wi-Fi here lately. The last few days, I've been having some bad problems with it. I don't know why. It just is what it is. It's technology. What do you expect?
Yeah. So, there's still hope on Dien Bien Phu. Which to me is
yes. Don't give up hope on Dien Bien Phu yet.
Excellent. Now the weather check. Kurt, how's the weather in your area?
Well, I'm very confused about it, Al, because I looked at my weather this morning, and it gave me a snowflake for tomorrow, but then it said that the temperature was going to be 36 to 49. Now,
I don't think
I'm not a weatherman, Al. I'm not a weatherman. I don't play one on TV. But you can't have snow at 36. I don't think. Now, there is new math, so that could be involved. But so it's been cooler. It's been windier. I've moved, and so I'm right almost on Lake Michigan. So when it's windy, it's really cold.
Yeah.
But and we seem. But I guess if I can last another 3 days, we're supposed to get back in the 50s. So that'll be okay.
It's crazy weather. Crazy weather. Oh, gee, how is it Pacific Northwest?
79 degrees right
Shut up.
now.
Get off this channel right now.
Dead serious. Absolutely. You see this thin sheen of sweat?
You have a sunburn.
Forehead. I've been doing my walk. I've started doing my walks again. I went out today.
Nice, she just yelled from the kitchen.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Nurse Teresa.
Devin says, you're watching anyway. I know. So,
So yeah, no lie. It's 79 degrees right now.
Yeah, good. Okay, so Nurse Teresa and I, early this morning, when we're having breakfast.
11:30.
You don't have to tell them we got up at 11:30.
No, we didn't get up at 11:30. You got up at 11:30.
I'd like you to go back in the kitchen now, please.
I love sharing time. Sharing time is fun.
So I was having breakfast, probably they would say brunch, all right? Catching up on some sleep that I don't get during the week. And we started talking about some music and Metallica and this type of music and that. Then she brought up something. Do you guys remember when you were in school, they give you the books and they go, you got to cover them? Did you guys ever have to cover your books with the paper? And you get the bags? Do you remember that? What did you guys draw or write on your covers? Because Nurse Teresa was, and she used to draw in a hairband, metal too. So that's what she drew. What did you, we'll go to Devin first, and then to Kurt. What did you do?
Back in the day, my big thing when I was doing that in like junior high and grade school, it was my Atari 2600. And so what I would do is I'd go through the little catalog I'd have, and I would draw the pictures from the art from the catalog for the Atari video games I wanted on mine. So
I did boobs, and they sent me to the principal's office.
Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go.
They go, what are those?
There we go.
I'm like, well, those are moons with dots in the middle.
They're headlights.
Headlights. I wasn't that smart. Kurt, what did you? I actually used to draw like just goofy things. I was not. What did you? Did you draw on your book covers?
No, what I did was to write batting orders. So what I would do, I was in. I played a lot of Stratomatic when I was in junior high and high school, and so what I would do is to take every team that I had, and I would do their lefty-righty batting orders because
On your book covers.
Yes,
That's awesome.
because that would be something that I could work on while I wasn't listening in class.
While you weren't paying attention in class,
Exactly.
but you had your lineups. That is awesome.
I could be miles and miles and miles away.
That's the beauty of games, my friend. That's the beauty of games.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to just draw stuff, whatever I could draw. I was horrible. I cannot draw, but that's pretty. That's pretty cool. You did the Atari. You did the lineups. I just remembered how much I was so horrible. I'd get the bag out. I'm like, and my poor brother and sister would help me do this. Yeah, and you do that, and they go, "Did you cover your book? Did you cover your book?" Yeah, I covered my book. My book's covered. I don't think it's. What do you want, lady? It's covered. And if I had Devin with me, I would have said headlights instead of moons with eyes. And you wouldn't have sent me to the principal office. That was boobs. Now, I was like, listen, Miss McDyer, you have a very, very sick mind up there. I don't know what you're talking about.
And you're teaching us?
And you're teaching us? But it was just something I totally forgot about until Nurse Teresa brought that up. And, oh my God, I remember that. I remember that. And you just, you write like science. Because one time I'm like, I'm not going to write what's on my books, what it's supposed to be. Then I'm going to class going, crap, this ain't the right book. Probably should have wrote that on the, cover. Then they used to want to collect your books, right? Yeah. So you give the books back, and they used to look at them and go, there's writing in this book. I'm like, no. Because there was writing in the book when you gave it to me. I think not. But yeah, things we used to, junior high, I think that's the first time we had to do that in junior high, what they would call middle school now. And they stopped that, I don't know when. In high school, I think I still had to do it in high school for a little bit. Actually, I think I did. But yeah, it's just funny. Cover your books. Don't damage your books. No. Then they always got pissed at the kids who never brought their books home, but they were perfect at the end of the year. I had to bring my books home. If I came home without books, my parents would be like, where are your books? We didn't have anything to do. Where are your books? So that never worked either. So Kurt, you coached in high school because you're in the teaching. I know
some basketball and mostly some baseball, but basketball too.
What was one of your favorite coaching moments?
Well, I was coaching basketball, and we were playing our crosstown rival, and we had I don't know, we had like 6 or 7 seconds left, and they tied the game on a free throw, and so I called timeout, and we set up a play, and we had to go the length of the court, and so the play that I set up had both the guards streaking down the court, and our forward had to hit one of them with a pass because I was convinced one of them would be open. So he did, and the shot was made, and nothing happened. And I looked at the official score, and he was so excited he had forgotten to start the clock.
Oh, we got a 1972 gold medal basketball game going on here.
We do. And so fortunately it was a home game. And so the ref said, that's it, that enough time had gone. And so we won the game on the shot that went in with the clock not running. So that was kind of a different experience. So it's fun.
That's cool. Moni G said, I think I drew Garfield on my book cover and Snoopy. I could draw Snoopy. Snoopy's pretty easy to draw for me. Plus, it looks like, never mind. So, yeah.
The hard thing.
Nurse Teresa, what did you used to draw?
Ziggy.
Ziggy. Oh, Ziggy the cartoon. So Nurse Teresa used to draw Ziggy the cartoon. She's
easy to draw.
Ziggy is easy to draw. I forgot about Ziggy. He was like the bald-headed. He was like what Charlie Brown was going to become as he got older. So, Ziggy.
Think back how old I am.
We're old. Yes, we are. We don't have to tell everyone, but we're old. We remember Saturday morning cartoons, which they should bring back. But I won't go on that rant.
My favorite cartoon as a kid was Magilla Gorilla.
Magilla Gorilla. Ugh. That was okay. That was a Hanna-Barbera one. Was that Hanna-Barbera? Was Magilla Gorilla the one who wore the hat? He had to talk like this? Because who was Grape Ape was the big...
Grape Ape was Hanna-Barbera.
Okay, Grape Ape was Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah.
Andrew's Tabletop Gaming Channel. Hello from Louisville. Doing some shopping tonight. Excellent. What are you shopping for? Moni G says Ziggy. Yeah. I remember Ziggy. There's just funny things we talked about music this morning. I told the story. I have to make this story so I can tell it without. Yeah. Okay. So my mom, God rest her soul, my dad, God rest his soul. My mom used to love watching the music awards, and we'd sit there and watch it with her. And one year, my dad a lot of the musicians, my dad couldn't relate to. And it was a lot of hip hop stuff, and it was a lot of crap. I mean, there's some good hip hop, and that time period, there's a lot of bad hip hop, just bad music. It's not that they really didn't have talent. I'm gonna be honest with you. There was some good stuff, and then and you sit there and going live. Who watches them live? They're horrible, but they had their fan base. God bless them, right? So Metallica is gonna come on. They just cut. They and I love Metallica. They had just toned it. You could hear the orchestra. They still played metal, right? And they're gonna play Enter the Sandman. And my dad turns to me and goes, is there any music I'm going to like? I go, well, you might like these guys coming up. And the only reason I said that was they cut their hair. Because my dad, if they come out with their long hair, do you want to want that? Yeah. So they come out and they play the music. And he sits there and he enjoys it. And, they tone it down. It's still metal, but you can hear the orchestra. It's a great album. I think it is called S&M album.
S&M, Symphony and Metallica. Yeah.
It's just great. Good album. And so the next, the coming week, I had it off or something. I was splitting wood in the backyard to dry out for the winter, the fireplace upstairs, right? And he comes out to do his gardening, and I'm blaring Metallica, right? And I have an eclectic taste in music. I go from Metallica to Perry Como to Motown to, Black Sabbath to Huey Lewis and News, Billy Joel. So I like all kinds of different music, right? Nat King Cole. And so I'm blaring Metallica because I'm splitting wood, right? And so he comes out, and I go to change it because he wants to do the gardening. I'm going to put like Nat King Cole on. It was funny. I was telling those trees, and I broke out laughing again this morning. He goes, "Those are those guys from the show." No, I like them. And we listened to Metallica, and then I put on Nat King Cole for a He just sat there, and it was funny. He just could relate to them because their hair was a little shorter. It's just funny the way mindsets work, and he did like them because he knew right away who they were, which I was in shock. He didn't remember the name, but he said, "Those are the guys from the music he picked up on." They're just funny. Yeah, my neighbors used to think I was nuts. Now he's playing Perry Como. It's impossible. Then I go to Metallica. So anyway, I have an eclectic taste. So, and Devin.
Oh, I'm still here. I just had to turn the camera off real quick.
But yeah, just fun things we were talking about. Phantomatic's here. How you doing? Phantomatic had a great card rip video. So I tested out my camera today, Kurt and OG, on the phone, trying to get the snow and the wind wouldn't do what I wanted it to do. I wanted to stand out there like an idiot. You see those people, it's a hurricane, and why are you out there, you moron? And I wanted to do that because I wanted to be one of them. I wanted to pretend to be a weatherman, but it wouldn't cooperate.
So it was really cold or what?
Oh my God, it's freezing. By the time the sun started going down on that line, it had to be about 35, 32 degrees. It was cold. My hands were getting numb, and I went back in.
So, well, it's May. We had summer, so.
Yeah, summer's. At least we skipped. Usually we have mud season. We go from winter to mud season here in New England, at least where I live.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a weird. We're supposed to have a cooler summer than normal, I've read. So I don't know what that means exactly, and they're usually wrong when they say things like that. But I guess who cares since no one's going to be tailgating anyway. But or maybe they will be. I don't know.
Yeah, and now supposedly I heard Uncle Ron and Uncle Dave, baseball might be coming back in July. That would be nice. I don't know how they're going to do. I think they could do it. There's a UFC fight on tonight. I'm almost positive. Where I don't think there's any. There's no crowd, but they're going to have fights. Which, again, if you test both fighters, yeah. And golf's coming back in June. So.
Well, that's a good social distancing game.
That's golf. You can fart and play golf, and pretty much no one knows it. I'm obsessed with farting today. I'm sorry. I was out in the wind, and I ripped a good one. I thought it was funny because it was really relieving, but the wind was blowing. I was like, I like this. This is nice. Farting outside in the wind. And then I think it was Phantomatic says, your neighbors downwind are going to smell that 5 minutes later. God bless them. I ain't smelling it. I don't care. But it was very relaxing. So I recommend everyone when it's windy out, go out there and fart in the wind. It's good for you. Amish Gaming told me not to pee in the wind. Good sound advice. I add, don't eat the yellow snow. So words to live by. Anyhow.
So I see Dave Cox.
Are you going to bring up golf?
Yes.
That has caused quite a stir.
I didn't follow all of it. I guess I probably don't need to know all what's going on. But you've picked up his 2020 season, right?
Yeah.
What are the changes? What? I mean, I know there's still no multiplayer, which means I'm not going to be getting it.
Yeah, it's too bad you can't play online because that would be fun.
Yeah, that would be great.
The sharpness of the picture looks better.
Mm-hmm.
The presentation to me is better. Again, I can't get into specifics because I can't tell you every chart.
Right, what it is from year to year. Yeah, because we play it for a month and then wait until the next year when the next season comes out.
That's one of the ones I do. But you know what? To me, I enjoy the money. I mean, I enjoy the game, so the money I spend, it's all right to me.
Right.
Now I found Kurt's fixing his camera. I found a mod brought up. Dave Gardner brought it up, an amateur mod that someone made. And to me, I've been playing it. It's a lot of fun. And they're all bad to mediocre golfers, so except Tony Romo, who's very good. But Dave Gardner came across, like, say if someone can hit it 280, I always went out to about 280, and then I would maneuver where I wanted the ball to go. He said, go out to there where you want it to go, but then bring it back a bit, and you control your shot. So it's a fun game. Is it perfect? No. They did. I had to agree with ID Jester. Even though, and his rant was epic. I was laughing. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong with what he said, because they, again, without explaining what we're supposed to do, they really don't explain it well. You think you're playing, you're judging the wind, you're moving it this way, that way, and he just way too many mishits, and there were way too many mishits. And his
was he using it automatic, or was he using the swing meter?
I don't think he was playing with the swing meter. I tried
because the swing meter in that game is horrid.
Yeah,
absolutely horrid.
I want the statistical sort of, and it's a good game.
Yeah, it is. It is. I
can understand when people get frustrated, because I'm playing with Arnold Palmer, and again, some of it's my idiot decisions. Going, I could smash this 5 million yard, and it just happens. We lost Kurt. Hopefully, he comes back.
Hopefully, he'll be back. Yep,
we hope so. But it can be frustrating.
Well, the one thing that I always found out a little frustrating with it when I was playing it is the wind was just brutal. I mean, you even have 5 or 10 mile an hour gusts, and it's going all over the place.
And again, I'm not playing with spin, or I'm not playing like left or my hooks and all that, because forget
fades
that
and draws and everything. Yeah.
I just try to adjust by the maneuvering where I'm going to hit the ball. That works out pretty well. I played Bill Murray against Tom Brady at some golf course in Illinois, and Bill Murray shot I think it was a +12, and I butchered the last hole. So he really should have been a +10, to which me was reasonable. Kurt's still not. He's trying to get back. Let's hit that. There's Kurt. So
there we go.
Thank you for coming back, Kurt. I thought it was my fart jokes that.
No, the thing about golf is that every time I'm on,
that's why I gotta love Kurt. Right in stride. The thing about golf is
I pray to God I'm behind a foursome where someone is really going to lose their temper, because it is so. It's the
you put a video. I saw it.
I don't know what it is, but like whenever I'm really like needing to laugh, I go to YouTube and I look up golf videos where someone just absolutely loses it. And when I'm on the course and someone does that in the foursome ahead of us, I laugh so hard I can't even stand up. And like the guys that are with me will say, Kurt, what are you doing? And sometimes they'll hear me because I'm laughing so hard. And then they'll want a piece of me.
That irritates them even more, man.
Oh my God. But I don't even know what it is, but it's like the perfect storm for me. And I fall down laughing, and I don't know. I can't explain it.
No. Funny things happen on the golf course. When I used to play golf, I always played with my good friends, right? And my friend Paul would play. We'd play a foursome. I'd be partners with his younger brother Peter, and Paul would be partners with we're all friends, our friend Benny, right? And we literally were talking like Caddyshack, and the guy getting hit in the nuts. And Paul's playing bad anyway, right? And he's pissed at these people who keep hitting the ball way too soon, right? And Paul played football in high school and college. He's a large gentleman and doesn't take any crap from anybody, right? And he turns, and we're like, we hear 4, and we all turn. It's like, God forbid, what I think a shark attack would be like. Like, you look and everything goes into slow motion. You're like, and everyone's moving out of the way, and Paul's like, what's going on? He went, and he just locked, like he froze. The ball hit him right in the nuts. And I mean, he was like, you mother. I mean, he didn't break stride. He just went, ugh, and then he started sweating, and he starts going towards them. I'm like, oh God. And Peter's like, my brother's going to kill those guys. I'm like, yeah, he's going to kill. So like, Paul, they didn't mean it. They're coming down to apologize. He's like, He didn't even, like, it phased him for a split second, and then he was like, "I'm gonna kill these guys," right? On that, he took his club on that same we're playing, right? He's playing horrible. He took his club and he winged it. And he got stuck in a tree. And Benny, who's very athletic, actually climbed the tree, right? Because he got the club down. And I'm like, Peter's laughing hysterically, right? And then Peter gets caught cheating. Paul's screaming at him. We're playing like for lunch. I didn't realize Peter cheated, right? And I always wondered how Peter would hit the ball in the woods and find the ball, right? And he always had an extra ball. And Paul was watching. You have to understand they're brothers, right? And Paul's watching him going, "Did you just take a ball out of your pocket?" "No." "You took a ball out of your pocket." And then just going, oh, then you're right. Golf is like the funniest. People get so pissed. I used to call golf when I played, and I was not a good golfer. The one thing I could do when I was on, I could drive when I was in shape. I could hit the ball far. People are amazed how far I could hit the ball, right? I played holes bizarro. We were playing what's that called? A tournament, charity tournament thing with my friends. Best ball, so I let everyone else hit. I go, I'm going to hit last. And I used to play a lot of golf, just me and my friend Benny. And there's a hole. It's a par 5, so it goes like this and then goes that way, right? But there's trees where other people tee off to go the other way. And I wanted to go last because I wanted to make sure no one was over by the trees. And I turned, and my friend Dennis and Johnny go, "What the are you doing?" Right? And Benny just starts to laugh. He goes, "Oh, I know what he's doing. I've seen him do it." I launch the ball over the trees, right? And I drop it like 5 feet from the green because it's a shorter distance. You got to hit it wicked high. And you want to make sure no one's over there. And I used to do that we'd sit there, and especially if no one was around, I'd sit there and I'd practice that shot, you know? And it was funny though. But yeah, golf. I fell in the water once. I hit a ball. Again, I'm a horrible golfer. And it rolled. It was a water hole. Obviously, I fell in the water. And you should play it shorter. There's no way you're getting there on 2 unless you really mash the ball. And Benny's like sitting there going, "Just play it." To be honest with you, when I try to play the shorter game, I had no clue where it was going anyway. So I used to just wind up and try to mash the ball and think I could make it, right? So I take a 2-iron out, which I could hit really well, and with a good lie. And I hit it really good. And I'm like, then I realized I'm not going to make it. But it died right on the lip of the water that goes around the hole. And so now I'm like, I can do a trick shot here. I'm leaning and I'm trying to hit the ball. I literally went head first into the water. Benny, Peter, and Paul go, they're laughing so hard. They go, somehow I spun. They go, I don't even know how I did it. They go, you spun in the air not to go head first. Like somehow I maneuvered. So then I was collecting balls. The water's like all gross. And I'm collecting the balls and, but that's what happens. The good news was I smelled so bad, the mosquitoes stayed the hell away from me. My dad, when I came home, goes, "What is that smell?" And Benny's laughing hysterically. He goes, "You fell in the water." Because we used to grill it later. He goes, "He fell." My dad's like, "You fell in the water?" I'm like, "Fell in the water." So, yeah, funny things happen when you play golf. That is true. And you're absolutely right, Kurt. That people get pissed playing golf. I would play horrible, then God would be like, "I'm going to let you play these last 2 holes like a professional. That way you come back and donate more money, to the golf course." It's
right.
Unbelievable. Devin, you ever play golf?
Putt. That's about the most, which is kind of funny because I live right next to one of Washington State's premier golf courses. It's not a Palmer design course, but it's a really nice one. Yep. It's got like one of the longest par 5s in the States. But yeah, I mean, part of my walk that I do every day, it takes me right by it. So you would think, and golf is probably something I could probably get into, especially, on the back nine.
That's the whole point of golf. Your friends, after you have lunch or whatever, and you drink whatever, and you have fun. Yep. Some people there's really good golfers. I am not one of them. I remember I came home, my dad, the first time I golfed, he said, "What'd you shoot?" And I told him the score. He goes, "That's great." And then again, Benny's like giggling away. He goes, 9 holes. And my dad went, 9 holes? He goes, "You stink." I'm like, "Yeah, I stink. I get that." But then the worst thing that happens at golf, I went out there one time by myself. I just wanted to play, right? When I used to like playing. I was bad, but it was fun to get out there. I just want to play. And I go to the golf course, but I said, listen, it's late. I just want to get 9 holes in. Don't match me up with any, just let me go play. Because none of my, I just went by myself. I just felt like playing. And that's usually when I played the worst, right? When I felt like playing. So they matched me up with this old guy. Oh, he's a nice guy. He drove me nuts. Swing this way, do this, do that. I'm like, oh my God, shut up, dude, shut up.
Oh, God.
By the 8th hole, I had murdered him and left him in the woods. No, but I felt like it. And he was a nice guy, but listen, I stink at golf. Let me just enjoy it, and have my own bizarro swing. My friend Dennis probably taught me the most. He was a good golfer. He goes, where are you aiming? I'm aiming over there. He goes, no, you're not. Look at your feet. And then I'd look where I'm at. Holy cow, I'm going to kill those people. Yeah, you're going to kill those people. So I used to do the imaginary thing where I line my feet up. It was, anyway. The first time he's seen me, wow.
Yikes.
A good friend. Yeah, but golf definitely aggravating sport.
It can be if you let it get to you. I mean, if you're just going out there just because you want to whack a ball around and giggle and drink on the back nine, you shouldn't have any problems. But there are people that are very high strung about it, so yeah. I get it. Believe me, I get it. So, but yeah, no, my biggest impediment in getting into golf is I just can't afford the clubs and the the clubs and the tee fees. So,
it's an aggravating sport. That's all I can say. It's fun if you can do the classic when we were going to college, right? Hey, let's go stop and have some breakfast. And we're sitting there eating, and it's nice out. You want to go to class? You want to go play 9 holes? So, I still
one of the annoying things about the golf course, we had the full 18 hole, but we also had a back 9 that was all par 3s, and it was just for people. Yeah, pitch putt. And so it's just for some, and that was right along my path that I walk along on my daily walks. And so it was nice because I'd get out there, I'd be walking, there'd be the par 3s and the people, doing their shots and everything. And, I'm dodging the balls every once in a while as they come over the walkway. But the golf course sold it to a condominium complex, and they're putting condominiums up there now. So instead of this beautiful 3-par 9-hole course that I walk by, and I got a bunch of condos that I walk by. Pisses me off.
It's interesting. This is because I used to do a little shooting. You're right. That is an expensive.
If you reload your own, it ain't all that expensive.
I'll tell you a funny story about. We took a gun class right at a gun manufacturer in this area. And I went with my friend Chris Anderson and his wife. And it's Chris, if you watch my card and dice, the Chris Anderson scoreboard, when we do card and dice. And so we went, it was fun, and we're shooting these again, I'm not making it pop guns, but they would kill you. But it's there when you learn to shoot, it's 22s because they're easy, there's no. And I had done shooting already, but we went. His wife wanted to go, and they go, "You want to go out?" I knew, yeah, I'm going. Again, my friends are much better at that than I am. So we're going there, and you want to talk about something frightening? You're sitting there, you take this quick class, and you're looking around, the people go, "Oh my God!" Right? So they line you up, and there's a gun range inside, and they have a target. Who's hitting the ceiling? Go, "Oh my, wow! I look like John Dillinger compared to these people." Now they had these. They had this one guy who said he never shot. I'm pretty sure he's a hired hitman. We watched him shoot. He's bang. I go, I never done this before. Baby, I'm like, he's like making hearts around. I'm exaggerating slightly, but he's like hitting the target. He's going to watch him in the head. Like, right. And so now we're shooting. Me and Chris are doing pretty good. I'm doing a little better than Chris because I've done it before. His wife. So they're teaching you. It's like, Devin, you're in the military, so you probably... You go.
I've got a range story to tell, but go ahead.
Fire on whatever they tell you. Ready, set, fire. Like say 3, right? And then you don't fire. Then the next set fires, right? You wait. They told you. They counted up. Every time she heard fire, she fired. So you're supposed to have X amount of ammo, right? And I turned to Chris, and we got the things on like this, right? You said, I go, Chris, your wife is firing. And he's like. So now when they come around to give you like the one-on-one, she us no more ammo. And we're trying to tell her. And they don't want you reloading at that time, right? Because and they're like, ready, aim, and you're click. They're like looking at her. They go, what happened? She's like, I just got hurt and fired. I just kept shooting. I kept shooting. I'm like, and I turn to her and say, I'm like, and there was a woman who was a cop somewhere, supposedly. She hit the ceiling 50. I counted 15 times she hit the ceiling. I'm like, man, Custer don't want you at the last stand. But that was a fun kind of a. I would do that again because it was fun. It's not for everybody, but it was fun. But you watch the people taking the class. It was a nice class, and they did a really good job of showing people what to do. But you watch some people, you're like, yeah, no, not for you. Bad. Bad. Devin, gun range story from the Navy.
So the first command that I was on was a troop transport, and we had this big helo deck. And a lot of times, the only way that those of us in the Navy can get our qualifications to carry the 45 on watch duty when we're doing quarterdeck watch and what have you, is we have to do our shoots underway. And gunner's mates, that's what my job was. We took care of that. And I was a lowly E4 at the time, and the range master at the time was Brian Pasternak. He was an E6. He was a first class gunner's mate, and I was out there helping him because I was part of the ship's armory crew. And we had this supply officer. Guy was an O2. So he wasn't completely out of the academy, but he was really close. So we get up there, and you'd think those of us in the military, hey, it's the military. We know how to shoot, especially officers. They specifically train them this in OCS. So we're up there qualifying with 45. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. It's a rifle.
Yeah, USMC Rebels. He was on LSD. Yeah, I was on LPD, Austin class, the Duluth. Yeah, so Gator Freighters. Yeah. Love my Marine Corps brothers and sisters to death. But so we had this O2 up there, and we're firing 45s, 45 calibers, 1911s. Guns were probably made in the 20s, right? But they're beefy guns, and so we get up there, and we're at about the length of the helo pad, which was maybe 25 yards, 20 yards, and we had these stands set up and everything. So, and we're way at sea, so we don't have to worry about shooting anybody that because we're not in port or anything. We're 1,000 miles offshore. And so this officer gets up there, and he gets in the stance and everything. And Brian Pasternak is doing all of his stuff, and it was calm seas. We only do the shoots when it's sea state 1, which means it's glass out there. Right. So the boat isn't rocking and rolling around. And we're at, like I said, about 20 yards, 60 feet, 50 feet maybe. And fire, and he puts one right into the deck.
Jesus.
With a 45.
That's going to make a hole.
It's going to make a hole. Yeah.
Someone.
Well, no, we were firing off the fantail. Okay. So there was no one behind us. And so Brian just kind of, goes over sight picture again and stance and everything and thinks, all right, first time, maybe it's just a fluke, and get up on the line on my command, line hot, puts around right into the deck again. Maybe Brian. Now he's an enlisted man, an E6, just reaches over, grabs the gun, pulls it out of his hands. Thank you, sir. You are done. Brian went around and reported to the CO that this guy cannot shoot and should not be allowed to stand quarterdeck watch. And he didn't. The officer was chewed up one side and down the other, but never got his quals for quarterdeck watch. They had him do some other type of shit detail. But yeah. Well, and he was a supply officer. So, it was, that I've never seen anybody shoot that bad. Now, I will say, this is for my buddy USMC Rebels out there. I did see, I was probably, PF private or private first class or something. Team Spirit 89. We're doing the Marines are doing live fires off the fantail. Got the 249, the saw. They'd put, probably 600-700 rounds through this thing at this point. And the first sergeant out there that's doing it told him to, change the barrel out because you're supposed to change the barrel out so it doesn't get too hot.
Doesn't it?
Exactly. So, and I'm sitting back there just because I like guns and I like watching the Marines fire the guns. He reaches over and, USMC Rebels, the switch on the top, the barrel release. He does it without having his gloved hand underneath the barrel, and the barrel fell right off into the ocean.
Someone's in trouble.
I have never seen a boot ass private get lit up so hard like that before.
Wow.
So, yeah, that was almost as bad. What Team Spirit 89 was also the time one of the helo debts lost the pallet that they were trying to transport. Because since we were an LPD, we were a troop transport, and we carried the supplies and everything else. Yeah, it cooled off. It cooled off at a quick. So we carried all the supplies that a battalion of Marines needed, but mostly we would use helos to take the pallets of supplies. So we had the helo debt that we were doing these operations, simulating combat. They were attaching these the pallets of ammunition up, and the helicopter, it was a Chinook, and it takes off, starts flying towards shore because we're right off the coast of Seoul, and gets about 2 kilometers away, and all of a sudden the pallet just drops off, and you can see it fall slowly into the ocean. So,
North Korea thanks you.
yeah. So, but yeah, that's probably the worst rain story. And my roommate's closing the door because I'm being too loud.
Good friend of the family will tell you one more sort of funny story, I guess, regarding military stuff. He was in Vietnam. He was a flight CB. So I think that falls under the Navy, I think.
CBs, yeah. CBs are Navy.
So you go in as a company, you go out as a company. At least that's the way he explained it to me. Because you're construction battalion, so you build roads and whatever, and they're in Vietnam, right? And so there's a Marine barracks, and then there's a construction battalion barracks. And they would be at night. They always say, watch out for sappers, people trying to come in between the lines, and and so they had the heavy, and I don't know the name of the machine gun. I know what it looks like. The Marines had them, and the CBs had them. Now the CBs trained as soldiers, but they're construction battalion. They could defend themselves, but they're construction battalion. So they had, however it's set up, something goes off, triggers a flare. So the guys for the CB, the construction, they're on the. If you've ever seen Full Metal Jacket, it's that like I don't know if it's considered. It's not like a 40 like on a tank kind of machine gun. It's the one
probably an M60 at the time.
And so that's what they had. And they just start like something on. They're in between. They start opening up, and I go, John, did you guys hit anything? I don't know, we hit something, or I don't know, right? The Marines the next day come over, took their guns like heavy. They go, listen, we'll defend you guys. It's okay, because. He goes, you did okay, right? But the guys on the guns were just like, whatever move, they just opened up on it. Again, it's morbidly funny because you have to picture these guys are soldiers too. The Marines come over and take away their they still had their M16s or whatever other, but he would laugh because he knew the 2 guys on those guns, and he goes. They'd always talk. They go, as soon as those flare goes up, it's on. They don't give a shit. If it's moving and we don't identify it as American, right? We're opening up. But what happened was because the Marine camp, the CB camp, right? They somehow turned a little too much that way. When they kind of put some rounds, thank God no one got hurt. Well, Marines got hurt. But I just always loved listening to that story because it was no one got hurt that they knew. And but yeah, so that was because the way he told it, how they literally come over the next day, they go to their commanding op and they go, yeah, you guys don't get these anymore, and they took them away from them. we'll do you still had to have patrols, like your guard duty, but they took away their M60s. It was pretty fun. I don't know, I find it fun. All right, enough about that before I get more weirdo messages later on, because I had to laugh about that. Jake, how you doing, my friend? JD, I mean. He's saying hello to Jake. God, it's been the wind messed me up when I went outside. It just what else?
Well, plus we haven't done this in months.
No.
You're out of
I think
practice.
we're doing okay. I think we're doing okay.
We're doing okay so far. Yeah.
I'm waiting for Kurt to trigger me. Wait. Ron, Uncle Ron usually says something, and then I'm sitting. Then I go off the rails. Write down. So JD's saying hello.
What's up, JD?
JD's got some good stuff going on his channel. His books, I think his book's going to be published soon, which I'm excited about. He has a great Western coming up. I was lucky enough, he let me read, I think it was the prologue in the first chapter. It was about a year or so back. It's really good. I'm really looking for. He does a lot of what JD writes is my terminology, medieval fantasy. And it's really good. He did a reading everything. It's like Groundhog Day now with what's going on. I'm going to say a few weeks. I bet you it was a month. Well, that's still like a few weeks ago. It was just tremendous. As he says, fingers crossed. JD's a very good writer. He has I don't know if it's still up on YouTube. He did an audio, his own little audio book, and it's a little political.
The politician murders.
I call it dark humor because I giggle all the way through it.
I'll be right back.
Sense of humor. Devin will be right back. So, Kurt, now that you've come on with a chat with Al on a Saturday, would you come back?
Yes, I would. I'd be happy to anytime. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Awesome. We're not done yet, Kurt. We're not done.
No.
So, Kurt, you basketball and you did some baseball.
Yeah, baseball, of course, more in my area, but basketball was a lot of fun too, and boys and girls, and so yeah, it was a lot of fun. I liked it a lot. It was hard because my kids were really little when I was doing it, and so it was hard to not be really distracted, but I had a lot of fun doing it. I liked it a lot. So good stuff.
I did some coaching too with younger kids years ago. I mean, it was funny because I had my nephew, some cousins on the team, and we had a really young team. I helped coach with my cousin and my brother, and they improved as we went along. They changed the age brackets. It used to be called like 10, 12 and stuff like that, and they made it like 13 or 9, 13 or something. I can't remember what it was, but a few years age of, and we had the youngest team, and they improved. You saw them improve, but my memory, and it was a lot of fun. I did enjoy coaching. It's fun. Last game of the year, playing the best team. They had killed us one game, the first game we had played them. They beat us 2-1 the second game because we found a pitcher. You need a pitch. We had no pitchers. I'm like, we need to find a couple of kids who can pitch. I've told this story before. We're playing in a tournament. My cousin puts us in an early bird tournament just to see what the team could do. I'm like, well, this is a mistake, right? But let's see what they do in under fire. Let's throw them in the pool with the sharks and see how it goes. Not good. And so we're sitting there going, I go to this kid, his last name was Moon, and I usually called everyone by their last name. I said, Moon, so you want to try to pitch? I watched him throw a little bit. It was like every time we had a practice, it was rained out. So we only had a few practices. I saw him throw a little bit. Okay, let's see what Moon can do, right? And he's horrible. He's horrible, right? And so my brother looks at me and goes, we got to get him out. He's going to break his arm. Like he just had he's going to hurt himself, right? And he can't find the plate. Long story short, we somehow get through the inning by switching the 3 pitchers. Can anyone just put the ball over the plate? So we get through it, and we're sitting there going, so I go, Moon, come here. Yeah, coach. You said you pitched. I heard you talking. You said you pitched. I mean, you pitched, right? He goes, yeah. Did you play, again, because, probably should ask these questions before we put them on the mound. Did you play last year for a team? No. Okay. That's good. Play pickup games. I played a lot of pickup games when I was a kid. Even when I played on teams, I always played baseball. You play baseball? Pickup games? No. Wiffle ball. Now I'm at least hoping wiffle ball, right? I play a little bit, but I don't like it. Okay. His buddy standing next to him on the team, right, goes, he threw a no-hitter in EA Sports.
Ah.
Awesome. And I walked away going, I'm an idiot. I put this kid on the mound to actually play a game. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, and we learned. They got better, and so the last game of the year, the team that killed us, the guy ran up the score. I told him what I thought of him because I don't say don't stop playing, but there's no need to continually steal third. You know what I mean? You're running up the score, dude.
Right.
You're going to end the game in an inning. You're killing us. There's no need to do that. If you hit the ball, that's fine. Run for a home run every time, but you're stealing bases. You know we don't have a kid who can pitch. You know we don't even have a catcher. I didn't say that. I just said you ran up the score. I said, I'm going to remember this. And I go, if you think you're going to do this to again, because we're going to find you're not going to go against kids who are 4 years younger now, because I'm going to go, we're finding pitching. I told him this. I go, you'll see. You can. He goes, oh, we're not running up the score. You're running up the score. I would never do that. I said, and again, I said, if hitting's different, run the bases all you want, but you're stealing. And that's BS. I use bullshit instead of BS, though. So next day, my cousin goes, I found 2 kids who can pitch. I go, good, let's check them out. And the kids could pitch. Good pitchers, right? And had we had something else with the team, we would have been okay. We found 2 kids who could pitch who wanted to play with us because they liked us, okay? And they came to practice. The parents liked us. We ran a good practice. We ran a good team. The kids were disciplined. We had fun. We always took them out for ice cream. Win, lose, or get massacred. We went out. We had fun. It was about fun. Now, could Coach Al get pissed? Had to try to tone down my Billy Martin a bit. But so now we're playing. And now it's 2-1. And these guys this is a team that killed us. They're crapping themselves. They're going to lose, right? Now the Reigns, I never seen a guy wanted a game stop so fast. And I went to the ump. I go, really? You're going to stop this game? I go, they're probably going to win anyway. We have 2 more innings to play. And you're going to stop this game on some light rain. And they did. So 2-1. And we lose that game, right? And our team played for now. You have to understand the age bracket. We had younger kids than the age because cousins wanted to play with cousins and friends. And we said, fine, this is going to be for fun, but we want to be competitive. That was the one thing we always drilled in. We will not I don't care if we lose every game. I mean, we did care, but we're going to be competitive. And we got better each game. Now we're playing the last game of the year. I don't have pitchers. School, kids went on vacation early. I'm sitting there going, I come from work. It's 9,000 degrees. We used to have to wear slacks and a tie, right? That's usually I used to show up from a game right after work, right? And I'm sitting there going, and my poor sister's there because my nephew played. And these guys are killing us, right? We're hitting the ball a bit, but they're just – and so the coach – and we're playing sloppy. It's not so much we're losing, but we're playing sloppy. So the kid goes, but coach, we're playing good, right? And I went, I couldn't lie to them. I went, no, you guys are playing like crap. They're laughing at you. Is that the way you want to finish the season? They're laughing at you. Look at them. They're laughing at you. And I kept stressing that. They're laughing at you. You guys have improved so much, and these jackasses are laughing at you. Now, come on. We can do better than this. And plus, I'm sweating. Come on. Let's go. I said, who wants to go out there and strike some guys out? Who wants to pitch? Come on. And the kid who was pitching was getting lit up, right? And he goes, I can do it. I can pitch better. They beat us by 2 runs. We rallied. And the coach comes over, who I still didn't like, but at least he goes in the team. They had a kid who threw a knuckle curve. I'm like, that's just nasty. It was frightening. I felt so bad when he threw. I go, I couldn't hit that. How the hell are these kids going to hit? I'm not that good. But yeah. And then the biggest compliment we had, we used to have parents come over from other teams and go, your team, I said, well, we do a good job with them. Very disciplined. They stayed on the bench. They cheered for their teammates. I had one kid who pissed me off to no end. Was probably one of our better players, but was an a-hole, right? He wanted to play second. We put him at second. Now, if you hit the ball to the left of him or to the right of him, he usually made the play. If you hit the ball at him, that kid would ole everything. So we tried to tell him, you got to get in front of the ball. And then he mouthed off at my brother. And he goes, I got in front of it. I said, you didn't get in front of the ball, right? You didn't get in front of the ball. Now, the rules are you got to play everyone. You got to get at that. So I said, I had enough of this kid. This kid's a prima donna. I have had enough of this little jackass, right? He gets up there. We put him up in the order. I want this kid to get his at bat as quickly as possible because I'm yanking his ass, right? So he gets out there, he plays his couple innings, and he goes, no, come sit over here. It's like, what do you mean? Come sit next to coach. He goes, what do you mean? Come sit next to me. We're going to watch the game. You're going to cheer your teammates on. He goes, why? I go, you olayed the ball. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So, and you mouthed off to two of the coaches. He would never mouth off to me because I would just go spastic on the kid, right? And my brother and my cousin, tremendous self-control, right? So I go, he sits down and he goes, well, I'm one of your best players. Yeah. And you still olay the ball. You need me. I go, nope. No, we don't. We can lose without you. Doesn't matter. He goes, I'm going to tell my parents. I go, I know your parents. You know what? I pull out the money out of the pocket, right? And I go, go give your parents this money and never come back again unless you want to play the right way. He goes, no, I want to play. I want to play. I did that 3 games, and the kid finally got it. You know, he finally got it. Stop being an a-hole. Play the game the way you're supposed to. So. But other than that, it was a wonderful experience. We had kids going, you get paid for this. I'm like, no, in fact, we lose money doing this. We buy stuff for you guys because we want you to be happy. It's fun. And then when we won one game, we tied 2. After they didn't play extra innings and stuff, right? After like darkness, the game was tied. So we won 1, tied 2, and we lost everything else. We got murdered our first 2 games, and then we were really competitive after that because we were able to have practices, discipline the kids a little more into how to play the game and stuff. After they won, they were like, this is what happens when we win. I go, you win, I sugar the shit up out of you guys, man. That next morning, they had donuts, chocolate. If I could have gave them coffee, I would have given them coffee. And we lost by 1 run. You know, just they played hard. And that's all you have to learn. And it was fun. But there's nothing worse than having whatever level. You get a kid, boy, girl, whatever, and they think they're the poop. And you're like, no. Especially if you're losing. I can put anyone out there and lose. You're not even playing hard. You can hit. Great. Play defense. Run the bases the way we tell you, you know? And then we had a kid. I told him, I go, this is horrible. I go, listen, you have good control. Throw this first pitch behind this kid. He's not going to stay in the batter's box, and you're going to strike him out every time he comes up. It worked. That kid would not. I go, just throw the first pitch behind him. You can't. The first pitch, you can't do it every time because the umpire is going to catch on to what you're trying to do. That kid did not. Then we had my cousin's daughter played third, phenomenal athlete, but she was a girl, right? And they're like, oh, it's a girl. I'm like, yeah, right. Watch her. And she could match the ball. She was so quick with the bat, she would hit it foul sometimes. She was a righty, so she would yank it to the left. And she goes, what am I supposed to do? And I don't want to mess around with anyone's swing. I'm not an expert at that. I said, just try to, the only thing I'd think of was just go a little slower. I said, count something to yourself. Don't trigger it right away. And it worked. It was fun. But we had, the tough thing about coaching with that is we had to keep these 4 or 5 kids out there all the time to be competitive. You know, so we had to explain this to these other kids. You kind of feel bad saying, listen, we're going to rotate you guys out because, and we were honest. I was honest, right? You got to be competitive. I can't, if you get killed every time out, you guys ain't going to want to play. And you're getting better. But they had the asinine, the way I would have done the rule was, let every kid, you had to switch out, I think it was like the 2nd inning, which made no sense to me. Let every kid get in at bat, right? And then let us switch out, which actually making us play people a little longer. But it was and the 2nd inning, right? Even if the kid didn't get in at bat, you got to switch him out. We tried to keep it at the 3rd, you know, so it was a lot different than when I played. That's all I can say. I mean, I've told this story. I went out for what they used to call 8-10 baseball, right? They were cutting kids. I was like, you want to see little kids cry when you get cut from a baseball team? I was like, that ain't happened to me. I make it. Thank God I did, but that's different now. You know. Anyway, that's enough. I did enjoy coaching. It was fun. It's a pleasant experience to me, but Kids are funny. I coach soccer. Kid comes up to me, and I just was there to watch the kid. My uncle and his friend John, the Vietnam, were really good coaches, right? And I'm just there to make sure the kids don't wander away, right? Kid comes up, he always talk like this, right? Coach, he's a nice kid. Coach, my first thing that the kid loved me, right? He goes, listen, you know my parents are divorced. I'm like, oh God, yeah. Thinking, oh my God, please don't tell me your mother wants to go out with me. That's what I'm thinking, right? He goes, listen, my dad says if I score a goal, he's gonna buy me a Nintendo. But I play defense. You're really good at defense. I know. But can you just put me up front? So I go to my uncle and the other guy, I go, can we put him up front if we're ahead? Because if he scores a goal, his dad's gonna buy him a Nintendo. Poor kid hit the post twice. But I love that kid to death. He comes up to me one time. He goes, can you tell me about the Grim Reaper? I'm like, what? The Grim Reaper. I want to be a Grim Reaper. Why don't you ask your parents about that? They said go ask Coach.
Yeah.
You know, it's just funny. Kids are funny.
Yeah.
Kids are funny. Anyhow, what's up next? Oh, Nurse Teresa and I watched the last Star Wars movie. We rented it.
Why?
Okay. Then
Do we really want to go down this rabbit hole? Do we really want to go down
Nurse
it?
Teresa just come in because she heard that. So we watched the last Star Wars movie because I wanted to know the Kylo Ren thing. The one thing that interests me was the Kylo Ren story. First, I have to say, I don't know what the hell the last movie's called. I actually made it through the whole movie. That is some of the worst effing acting I have ever seen in my life. This is a big budget film. So then Nurse Teresa and I decided, let's play a game. Can we pick out where they robbed the scenes from other movies? And we said, they took this. Nurse Teresa's like, that's from Harry Potter. Then she showed, because I've never seen Harry Potter. She showed me as we paused the movie because we rented it. Worst, how much money did I spend? $7?
Yeah, $7.
Worst $7 I have ever spent in my life. So she would pause it. We go to YouTube because this is the scene. I'm like, holy cow. Then I would pick a scene. I would take older movies and I go, and again, you're always going to, something that's in your mind, right? You're going to use it. So it's horrible.
Ask him how many times he said that.
Oh, she was reciting lines before they ever did. We never saw the movie. And she's like, this is what they're going to say. And we were laughing. Again, I like the Kylo Ren story with what was a female? Ray. I did like that. The acting not so good, but I liked that storyline. It was very interesting, right? Horrible movie. Big budget, Kurt. Big budget movie. You think you could find people who could act? It was horrible. I made it through, not like the other one, which I still can't make it through. And I don't even know.
Only because we were playing a game. I think that's why.
No, I was going to make it through that one because I wanted to see what happened with Kylo Ren. That was interesting to me. How are they going to give him his redeeming quality? And they did it in a pretty cool way. I thought the scenes were just god awful. I like that stuff. So what did we rate it out of 5? I gave it a 2.5. I gave it a 2.5 out of 5.
You know what it didn't have though?
What?
Shane.
I like Shane.
I know you and I both have liked Shane.
Now the kid Joey's annoying. You know what's creepy? I made Nurse Teresa watch that last scene when he goes, Shane, Mama loves you. I know. I'm like pimping off his mom to Shane and done that. That was kind of creepy. I still like Shane. I could watch that ending every day of the week.
So on the topic of Star Wars, because we haven't had a chance to chat Star Wars in quite some time. Have you seen The Mandalorian?
No, but I heard it's very good.
Oh my God, that is about the only redeeming thing that's going on Star Wars right now. The baby Yoda is so cute and adorable. Love the baby Yoda. But yes, The Mandalorian is about the only there in one of the final episodes. You've got 2 stormtrooper scouts, and they're sitting there. One of them pulls out his pistol and starts trying to shoot this can, And he shoots like a dozen times and completely, it's like 20 feet away, not even that. So the other stormtrooper pulls out his pistol, tries to shoot the same, and they're just missing all over the place. It was absolute. One of them's looking at his guy. The whole stormtroopers can't hit the broadside of the barn if they were in it. So yeah, that was extremely hilarious. That's a good series. You should watch it.
I keep clicking on the wrong. There it is. Oh God, it moves too quick. There we go. No, I did like the Rey. I'm not joking. I like the Rey and Kylo Ren storyline. I thought that acting was okay. They're saying it's the writing. Probably right. It should have been better. You had an interesting storyline. I wanted to know how they were going to redeem Kylo Ren. I thought that they did a decent job at that. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to give it away. But I liked. Take care, Moni. Oh wow, they punched Baby Yoda.
Yeah, the two scout troopers. One of them punched the baby, and they immediately became the two most hated stormtroopers in all of existence. Yeah, because everybody loves the Baby Yoda. So, but it is that entire scene was hilarious.
Now, Kurt, are you a Star Wars person? Or no?
I can't get through it. I try. I have given it an honest try, and I love Star Trek. So I'm not a like anti-science fiction person, but my God, are you kidding me? I was at the when I was a kid. I saw the very first one in the theater, and I remember liking
77.
And I hadn't seen any of the others, and for whatever reason, and then. A friend of mine said, we got to watch this. We got to get you into it. We got to get you seeing at that time, all six. And I said, okay, let's do it. And then I got 20 minutes into the first one. I looked at it and I said, you got to be kidding me. And I know that that's going to greatly offend people, but I just thought it was incredibly boring. And so I don't know. So
that's right.
No.
Going to interrupt you for a second because Viper Dave is correct. I'm correct. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. And mothers do phenomenal jobs. And just happy Mother's Day. Thank you, Viper Dave. Clone Wars. I've not seen that yet.
That's the animated. They did 6 seasons of it, and the 6th season ended 5, 6, 7 years ago, and then they got the old voice actors and animators back together, and they just recently did the 7th season.
So Star Trek, it's funny. I'm a big Star Trek fan. Always loved Star Trek. Old school. I like the Jim Kirk stuff. Right. And the newer stuff was okay. Never got into it, but the movies I enjoyed. They're all right. But there's Star Trek. To me, was so much fun, and it was so. I mean, what other character is going to bash someone in the face and go, "I'm not here to hurt you"? I'm like, well, I remember watching as a kid the reruns because it was. I'm like, well, Captain, you did kind of punch him in his face. I mean, that's but I enjoyed the movies they made. I enjoyed the movies when they came back with the old characters. You're like, how are they going to do this? And I thought they did it really clever with the people they chose as Spock and Kirk and everyone. I thought it was very clever. But the first Star Trek movie they made, not so good. Back in the late 70s, early 80s. But after that, Wrath Khan was phenomenal. It was just still enjoyable.
Right.
And they always had that. There was the one where they had to make the whale sounds to save the world. They had so much good comedy in that one. And it was a wonderful movie because it's like, if you watch Star Trek and you watch the episode, and you guys could probably tell me better, every so many episodes, they had a comedic episode because that's the way the writers wanted. They wanted something funny. And the
Hardcore Fenton Mud.
Yep. What were those furry things?
Tribbles.
Tribbles.
Trouble with Tribbles. I've got one.
Oh my God, that was hilarious. And they had good action in that one too, but it was just, oh my God, he does have a tribble. That's hilarious.
Nice. Very nice.
But yeah, I was a big Star Trek. They did a lot of good stuff on that. That was, you see the other people who were on that show would just be peripheral characters. The other thing, we used to always, the red shirts. how long are the red shirts going to last, right? 'Cause that was always the only red shirt who lasted the whole thing was Scotty, and he was the engineer, which we got confused because we thought the red shirts were security. Yes, he was the engineer. I enjoy Star Trek. I enjoyed a lot. That was a fun show. I like the first. My favorite Star Wars movie, the very first one, Empire Strikes Back. The third one's good.
Yeah, for me, for Star Wars is the original trilogy and the expanded universe, all the books and novels and everything that came after that. The prequels and this abomination, this last trilogy that they did, in my mind, do not exist. They don't exist.
I did like the one where they had to get the Death Star plans. How they showed you how they got the Death Star plans, and I can't.
Rogue One, I didn't like that. The only part of that, the only part of that I liked was Vader at the end, just cutting his way through the rebels, trying to get to the plans right there at the end of the movie. That was about the only good part of the movie.
I thought it was, to me, the Dirty Dozen in space.
Yeah, and that's basically what it was.
Yeah. And I liked it. I really did. Todd B never got to watch Star Trek as a kid. Older brother always chose. Oh, Combat. That was with the guy who died in the Twilight Zone movie. What was his name?
Oh, you're gonna make me look it up.
He played the coach.
Vic Morrow.
Coach. Moreau.
Vic Morrow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was in Combat. I'm positive he was in Combat.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain he was. I got the Wikipedia right here.
Well, your fellow U.S. Marine Corps did not.
Yeah. Vic Morrow. He played Sergeant Chip Saunders.
Chip Saunders. Would you go into a battle with a guy named Chip Saunders?
Yep.
You would?
Yeah.
Chip Saunders?
Yeah. The only two names, and anybody's in the military, the only two names of people you don't go into combat with are Jodies and Carls.
How come?
Well, Carls are generally incompetent. That's just what we call incompetent. It's just say, hey, shut the F up, Carl. It's what we usually just say to incompetent people. Jodies are the guys who sleep with your girls when you're out on deployment. So you don't trust Jodies. Anybody named Jody. It's just the way it seems to work out. And it's kind of a funny Jody 644. Yeah, USNC Rebels knows what I'm talking about. It comes from an old, I don't remember who sang it, but it was an old song called Joe Dean. Who the hell sang it? I can't remember. It was like his 50s or 60s song. And it was a story about this guy named Joe Dean who'd cat around with any woman they could. And it just kind of got morphed over the years to Joe D.
Was it the guy who sung 16 times?
No, I don't think so. But that's where we believe that it came from. So yeah, Jodies are the guys who you don't trust a Jody.
Kurt, Bad News Bears, the original movie. What are your thoughts on that?
I vaguely remember it. I mean, the thing about Walter Matthau, he's the same all the time. And sometimes, God bless him, like Odd Couple, fine, great. But sometimes you get 15 minutes of Walter Matthau and you're good. You don't need the last hour and 15.
Oh, I love that. Interesting point, though. I know what you're saying because pretty much in every role, he's very similar. He was in a cowboy movie with Audie Murphy, and he played a judge. I have no clue what it's. I've seen it quite a few times. He was pretty good in that, and he played another movie. It was like a western. He was a jerk. He had a bullwhip, and he was mean. And, whoa, this isn't the Odd Couple.
That I've never seen.
Yeah, and it's just westerns. It's funny to see how many people did westerns back in the day that you just didn't expect to do westerns, but that was what people wanted to watch. So it's kind of funny. Bad News Bears, the original, to me was just. I love that movie. I can watch that. I own it. I can watch it over and over. It's probably right up there with Slapshot for sports movie because Slapshot is freaking phenomenal. Again, for a sports movie, it's just Caddyshack, The Natural. Kurt, we've never asked you this. What's your favorite? If you have a favorite baseball movie or one of your favorite baseball movies?
I think my favorite baseball movie would probably be Bull Durham. I like Field of Dreams a lot. I also like and now I'm not gonna remember it.
The Natural,
The one where he's a pitcher.
Love of the Game.
Yeah, Love of the Game.
He's throwing the no-hitter.
Yeah.
That's I
really
like that.
But I know a lot of people don't, and I get that too, I guess. But I liked it. I thought it was really good. The Natural's okay. It doesn't really. I don't know. It doesn't really.
I like that one.
Eight Men Out is good, but it doesn't. I don't know, and it bothers me. I think too, because the history is a little bit off there.
Yeah,
But
no, and that's a good point because I didn't know that. I'm not a big historian on that one. I have enjoyed 8 Men Out, but Anthony from Bleacher Bums Gaming and who else brought it up? I can't remember now. They said they were like, yeah, that's not right. Not all of it's correct with the book. I mean, they said the book was not accurate in certain things because. And they went actually, who was it? I watched it. Like when they said, again, the White Sox players, when they complained about not being paid, they go, they were some of the highest players in Major League Baseball at the time. And again, I'm not saying they got paid what they were supposed to get paid. I'm just saying they were, so it was kind of interesting to get that point of view. I do like 8 Men Out. I do watch it every time it's on. I enjoy that. Bull Durham. Here's an interesting thing. I just want to go back to this. Jake Cruz, Audie Murphy had a very interesting life. Yes, he did. Audie Murphy, war hero, fact. What was the movie, the biography? Hell and Back?
To Hell and Back, yeah.
You know, when they show that scene at the end, when he's on the burning tank using the, what's that, 45 caliber?
No, that was a 50 caliber.
50 caliber, sorry. That happens. That's how he won the Medal of Honor. You know, and he gets shot up bad. And here's a story that was really interesting. He was a big boxing fan, and he would train as a boxer. And it was after the war, and he had lost some mobility from injuries he had. And he sparred. Oh God, who did he spar? He sparred with a world-class boxer in the gym, and the guy didn't know who he was. And he goes, "Who's that? Who's that guy?" And the guy goes, "That's Audie Murphy." Now they knew the name, right? Audie Murphy. He goes, "That's Audie Murphy, the war hero." He goes, "It's Audie Murphy, the war hero." And, you know, he got into Westerns. He made a lot of what they would call B-movie Westerns. He made some top-notch movies, mostly, and they're all entertaining. I've watched, when my dad was alive, God rest his soul, we watched Westerns, and they were fun. But Audie Murphy, that's really interesting. He did lead an interesting life. I mean, it's incredible the life he led to do the things he did. And I'm like, wow. So I just wanted to, very incredible. 42, Jackie Robinson's story. 61, the HBO movie. I did like that. Have you ever seen that one, Kurt?
Yeah, that's a good.
Billy Crystal did that.
Yeah, I like that, and I thought Maris was portrayed pretty well in that. I think they got it. So often, you know, they do these pictures, like even 42, they're like off a little bit, and that kind of but 61 I thought was pretty good as far as capturing the pressure that Maris was under, and I like that about him.
I think Barry Pepper played Maris.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
I'm positive. And what they did, because they didn't want that whole Fear Strikes Out thing, which is a interesting story, horrible baseball when it comes to, you know, you see Anthony Perkins throw left-handed, like it's horrible, right?
Right. Barry
Pepper could not hit lefty, but what they did was they turned it around. He was hitting righty, but they changed the camera angle. So when he hit the ball, he ran to third base. I heard Billy Crystal explain it because he brought up Fear Strikes Out. It's just a very interesting story. Baseball is horrible in that movie because Anthony Perkins was not an athlete. But yeah,
you learned a lot about Jimmy Pearsall, that's for sure.
Jimmy Pearsall was not one of my dad's favorite players because he said Dominic DiMaggio had a few more seasons in him, and they went with Jimmy Pearsall and they cut him out, or however they did it. DiMaggio retired. So my dad never liked Jimmy Pearsall. He never liked Jimmy Pearsall. And he's an he hit his 100th home run for the Mets, I believe. He ran around the bases backwards.
Yeah.
because I read a book. I used to love reading that book in school. I get it out of the library, like weird things that happen in baseball. And that one, and he ran around the bases backwards. That's where I learned about Midget Goodell, I think it was his name. Was it the St. Louis Browns? Who had the midget?
Bill Veck, yeah.
Yeah. And there was no height. After that happened, they had a height restriction. You can find a famous picture where he's, like dug in with the bat. And the pitcher's like, what are you, out of your mind? Where's the strike zone? And the whole point, I would automatically get on base, most likely. You can't throw a strike to him, these guys.
Right.
And then he put a pinch runner in. And the next day the commissioner, outlawed it or something. It was pretty cool. Oh, Sandlot. Sandlot was a fun movie. I enjoyed that one. I still like The Bad News Bears a little better than it. But yeah, that's a fun movie. What else? I don't know. I'm running out of ideas. Usually I have ideas. But again, it's our second time back. We had like our little pre thing last week. OG.
So golf is back. WWE is back.
It's been,
WWE never goes anywhere.
They were having shows. I actually try to watch a WWE show. And I'm not big into wrestling. Like, listen, I always knew it was fake after a certain point in your age, but I enjoyed when they pretend it was real because they called it like a sport, and I enjoyed I still watch the old school wrestling on YouTube. I enjoy Dave Little when he does his wrestling because I can imagine it old school. I enjoy when Sports Time Machine, our good friend Mr. Utah Mike, does the wrestling because I can imagine it old school. I tell you, if you like wrestling, good topic, good job. Way to save the show, Kurt. They have interviews on YouTube with these older wrestlers, and they're talking about really interesting things. And I hope I get the definition right. A shoot is when they really go at it, in a way, okay? And one of my favorite shoot stories, when Bruno Sammartino wins the title, he's wrestling Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. I guess Buddy Rogers was a jerk, and he had his buddies in the, like in wrestling, it seemed like you always had your crew that you went around with different territories. And what they would do was people loved to get Buddy Rogers in because he was a champ, right? And he would bring his crew in, but they would get all the matches. And what would happen is then people would kind of get bored of it, and they would just leave and go to the next territory, and no one else got built up. So promoters really, they wanted him to come in, but they were leery of it. So Buddy Rogers was in the Northeast, and the rating, the way they judge their ratings, obviously they had some TV shows, but it's the draw of the gate. The gates were not going the way they thought. Bruno Sammartino was wrestling in Canada, big draw, and he was happy because he didn't have to. He would wrestle and still have time with his family, like he could go home to his family. That was a big thing to him because I watched a lot of interviews with him. Now they keep trying to lure him down to come to wrestle in this, and he did. We'd wrestle in Pittsburgh and heavy ethnic areas with a lot of Italian Americans or Hispanics because they like Bruno a lot. So they're trying to get him down because that's their territory. And he goes, you got Buddy there. I don't really care for Buddy. I wrestled against him once. And what Buddy did, and I watched some other interviews just to see, right? He was notorious for hurting young wrestlers if he thought they were a threat to him being a draw, where they're doing a move and he would just, and Bruno Sammartino talks about, we're wrestling and we're supposed to do this move, and he does it too quick. I'm too close to the ropes, and he knocked me through, and I got hurt. And I remember what people told me before, you better watch your stuff. He goes, no, I take everyone with, how they deal with me. Well, he always remembered that. Flash forward. He goes, okay, I'll come down and I'll wrestle down there. He goes, but I don't want to wrestle Buddy. I don't want to be on any show with Buddy, or if we are, keep us far apart. I don't like him. He goes, now that's easy enough because Buddy's a heel. I'm a good, I'm a face. You never were in the same locker room, thus the illusion of sport, right? So he goes down there and he's drawn well. He goes, we're having matches with Bobo Brazil and Pedro, and we're drawn well. And in New York, the Puerto Rican population, the Italian American population, they love, especially when they teamed him with a Puerto Rican wrestler, right? They would tag team, and they just drew. And there are two promoters, Vince McMahon Sr., who had the majority of the promotional group, and another guy, Toots Shore, I think that's the guy's name. I could be wrong. Who hated Buddy Rogers. So they're trying to say, we want Bruno to win the title. This is more interesting than the actual wrestling, the backstories, right? And so they go to San Martino and they go, you're winning the title tonight. And he went, what? Now, he expected at some point, because he was the draw and they promised him. And he goes, did you tell Buddy? And the guy goes, we told Buddy. And he's going to go along with it. And this is what Bruno said. The Shore said to him, I don't care if you break his leg. I don't care if you break his neck. I don't care if you kill him. You're winning the title tonight. And he goes, does Buddy know this? He goes, I don't care about Buddy.
Ooh.
I'm not dealing with that asshole anymore, right? And so now Bruno Sammartino is thinking, he knows Toots hates him, but he knows Vince McMahon Sr. likes him, right? And so Bruno goes, when I went into a match, we'd go to the center, like he usually did the whole introduction thing. He goes, I would turn, go back to my corner and say a prayer. I go down and say, he goes, that's what I did. Just, no one get hurt in his mind. We're doing this thing. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want the other guy hurt. He goes, that's the only match I never turned my back, because Buddy was notorious when something he didn't like, he would literally go after the guy. Again, what they call a shoot. Again, I hope I'm doing that right. He beat Buddy Rogers in 48 seconds because it was a real thing, because he was told to win. And he rushed at him. And again, no championship match goes that fast. They don't want it to go that fast. But they told him, we don't care how you do it. And they took Shore was serious. He didn't care if he killed him. That's how much the other owner hated Buddy Rogers. And so he forces him back in the corner. He gets him. He goes, Buddy tried to resist, but I'm way too strong for it. And he put him up in the backbreaker on the shoulders, and he's going like, and he goes, Buddy, give it up. I'm gonna break your back. And he taps out. Then Buddy Rogers goes on to tell a story. He had a heart attack in the ring. Yeah, he had a heart attack. All right. And so he goes, was it a shoot? He goes, I'm not going to say yes or no. He goes, they didn't think the reason why the guy came in was they didn't think Buddy was going to cooperate. And so there's interesting stories like that in wrestling. Now, the other guy who was really, Killer Kowalski, I think, was from Canada, because he ran a wrestling school. I can't remember who. Usually when you wrestled, you actually wrestled your friends or people you trusted in the old days, because you had to do the moves and stuff, and you didn't want to get hurt. And Killer Kowalski, I wish I could remember. Great story. They wanted to wrestle this guy because we don't like each other. We really get into, they have gotten into fights often. These just don't like each other. And so Kowalski goes, fine, we'll wrestle. And he goes, they might have told us who was supposed to win, and we might have done what they said, but no one said I didn't have to knock his teeth out. They would literally go at it, and it made a good match. But it was interesting stuff. Superstar Billy Graham, another really interesting person. I didn't like him as a kid because he beat Bruno Sammartino and he played the heel perfect. And then you get to know it's fake, and you see he's acting. And I really started to like him with his interviews, right? Because you get to learn his persona. So he wins the title from Bruno Sammartino because Bruno doesn't want to, my time's come and gone. I want to spend more time with family, right? And Bruno actually kind of likes whatever. So he's fine with it. They lose the title. They do it in a way where, he loses, but he looks good. That was a big thing, right? So now he tells Superstar Billy Graham, I guess, has promised that he's going to hold the title for X amount of years, right? At least 2 or 3. And then he loses the title. Well, that all changed. They want Bob Backlund. You guys remember Bob Backlund? Anyway,
yeah.
Really good amateur wrestler and really strong. I read stuff about him and watched it. He's really good. He was no joke. He could, defend himself. But he didn't. They're like, he's not going to draw. So Superstar Billy Graham was wrestling Ivan Putski, Bruno Sammartino, Pedro. They're doing steel cage matches. So they're asking, why did you always do steel cage matches? Fans loved it. It was easy to put on, right? And they're selling out the arenas. They're making money. So he tells Bruno Sammartino, they wrestling in the Spectrum steel cage match. Bruno's going to lose. Bruno's going to look like he's going to win, but he hits Superstar Billy Graham so hard he goes through the door, and thus Superstar Billy Graham. Yeah, you know, you look like you win, you lose, kind of thing. Superstar Billy Graham goes, "Hey, did you know I have to drop the title next week or whatever?" On whatever he says, like next week to Bob Backlund. And Bruno goes, "What?" And this is in private because you don't see them together. That's a big no-no back then, right? But we're making money. The company's making money. Why would we do that? That makes no sense. The kid's not going to draw. And he goes, "I got an idea. You win the title back." And he says, Bruno thought about it for about 5 minutes. And he goes, "Well, how?" And as in that time, he says, how are we going to do it? He goes, "Instead of you knocking me through the door, you go at me, I duck, and you go through the door, and you win the title. I ain't going to say nothing. I don't mind dropping the title to you." And then Bruno goes, "I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't do that to Vince McMahon Sr." So they play it out the way they're supposed to. Bob Backlund wins the title. Superstar Billy Graham pissed. And they kept saying, it was interesting. Again, I don't know the law. It was interesting. He said, they kept saying Bob Backlund was selling out. He goes, "Who was on the card?" He wasn't even the main event. He goes, "It would be me and Bruno, me and Ivan," you know, and there was bitterness there. But it was interesting. That backstory stuff's interesting. Again, it's bitter guy against bitter guy. But the other interesting story, this was Florida Championship Wrestling. Guys I heard of later in life. I saw them in magazines because my dad had a barbershop and he had all these wrestling magazines. And I was like, "Who are these guys?" I would read them all the time. But we didn't see it because we were in WW. It was actually 3 W's, which I forgot. WWWF territory. Well, down in Florida, what the hell? Oh, Mike. I can't think of the name. The promoter's name. The son wrestled too. I just watched the thing. It was a great interview with the son who passed away. His father committed suicide later on. Whatever. When he brought in wrestlers, before they signed a contract, he brought them down to the gym. And he goes, "You're going to do a shoot, a real match. I want to see." The son explained it. He goes, "My dad wanted to see if they could really defend themselves. Meaning, if you were out in public and someone challenged you, the father told you, you sign a contract with us." He goes, "You better not lose a fight because you make us look bad." And he says, "I don't care if you break the guy's nose, this, that. I will take care of everything. You will not go to jail. I will pay your legal expenses." And he had enough pull in that area to do that, which is incredible back in the day, right? Things you can never do now. So they would do a shoot, meaning a legit sort of match. And if you could defend yourself, which they usually always could because the father had good eye for talent, you signed the contract. Now, and he goes, and rule number 2 with his dad, stay in character, which they call KFAB. I'm still trying to figure out what that means, but it's stay in character. No matter where you are, you stay in character. So he finds out these 2 guys who are real popular, that they're running matches against each other and doing really well in the Florida and like the Georgia area, and they're making money. Yes, thank you. I knew Eddie Graham and his son wrestled, who he also passed away. I think he committed suicide too, I think. But I just watched a really good interview, like an hour long, fabulous. Just if you like wrestling, Jim Cornette, I watched that stuff too. But yes, Eddie Graham, thank you. So he finds out he's at a bar with his son, like a 99 type of place. It sounded like. Obviously, there's no 99 then, and they're eating. And not everyone recognizes everyone, And you hear these guys, "Oh, I'm going to the wrestling match between so and so. I'm so happy I got tickets because it sells out." And the guy goes, "Yeah, they do a great job, but it's all fake. I saw them like, down by the beach having a barbecue." So Eddie Graham, the promoter, walks over, says, "I overheard your conversation. Where did you see this?" And I don't know if they knew who he was. They probably did. They're wrestling fans, right? But they didn't. His son didn't explain it. He says, and the son's telling the story, right? He goes, "My dad went, okay," and he goes, "That's where they, in his mind, you could see his dad going, yep, that's them." He called them on the phone. He goes, "You're both fired. Get out of the territory." And they go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Get out of Florida. Get out of Georgia." or you'll regret it. And one guy lived there. I mean, he had a house and they left. He goes, you can come back and you never wrestle for me again. I guess he told the other guy, you don't come back for 6 months at least. He goes, I'm telling you, don't come back. And they go, what did your dad mean by that? He goes, they left for 6 months. Like the guy who lived in Florida just left. And these are really, really interesting stories. They broke. People saw them that they were friends. And you couldn't do that. Another famous story is Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the Iron Sheik getting pulled over. Iron Sheik's high as a kite with cocaine. Hacksaw's driving, but they were doing I call it a dance routine, meaning they were wrestling from site to, and now when you find out, Vince McMahon got rid of it. It wasn't even for the drugs. He goes, it blew. This is still when they're trying to say they're a sport. It blew the whole image of it's Mr. Jim Hacksaw Duggan, American flag, and the two wrestling the Iron Sheik. The whole thing. You killing McMahon was pissed. They said because Jim Hacksaw Duggan told the story. Yeah, a lot of cool wrestling stuff. And I love the old interviews. Jim Cornette's a great interviews. He got a lot of insight. Very knowledgeable about wrestling, whether you like his personal life and whatever. I highly recommend it. That's how I found out about Dino Bravo. Ooh, I miss it. Yeah. Dark stuff with Dino Bravo. He was mixed up with some bad people, and they were moving like steroids and stuff and other drugs. He got executed in his house. He was dealing with some bad people. Yeah, that's an interesting story. The Von Erichs. That's a weird family. Again, I love talking wrestling. Poor Kurt's like, I came on for this shit. And our friend, the Marine, has a great point about John Stossel. I remember when David Schultz smacked him. But the Von Erichs, here it is. Don't say fake around Dave Schultz. Ask John Stossel. He broke his eardrum. He hit him so hard because he kept going. And here's the thing. Here's an interesting backstory to that. I'm not condoning him hitting John Stossel. I forgot what they asked another wrestler about that because he was there. He said, you have to understand. He goes, Schultz probably shouldn't have hit him. But they're told, stay in character. Right? Stay in character. And Schultz had said to him, Dr. Death Dave? Whatever, Dave Schultz. I think it was just Dave Schultz. He had said to him, listen, you can ask me certain things. Don't ask me if it's fake. Please. He probably didn't say please, but don't ask me if it's fake. I'm telling you not to ask me. Don't ask me. And I remember Stossel asked me, and he just wailed away, went, boom. And he goes, is that fake? And it was like, interview's over. And then they got rid of him. I think he was in the WWF at the time too. But yeah, I remember that. Don't break kayfabe. That's the whole thing. Don't break kayfabe. Montreal Mafia. Yeah. Wrestling has a really interesting history to it, whether you like it or not. If you like interesting backstories on stuff, it's the most fabulous thing I've listened to. You want to talk about, the stuff that went on and to find out about the Von Erichs. Oh, God. I think it was Jim Cornette talking about, they had they're all dead, most of them. I'm pretty sure they're all dead. They had demons, drugs, alcohol. Kerry Von Erich had so much when it came to wrestling, like he was it, meaning like he would draw, the girls liked him. He came into that song, which I can hear in my head, but I can't remember, like a real heavy metal, modern day warrior, Tom Sawyer, whatever, you come in and the place would go nuts. And he wrestled a lot down south and stuff like that. But I remember the match with Ric Flair. I remember watching that match on Channel 20. This was like the first time we see different kind of wrestling right? And they're showing the match. It's on replay. And they go, Kerry Von Erich. I remember because I think it was Jim Cornette, Kevin Sullivan. One of them were talking. I think it was Cornette. They sit on the show, and Kerry Von Erich, with 105, whatever, some ridiculous fever, went in and still tried to wrestle the match. He was high as a kite. They had to find it. He was still sitting in his car. at the venue. They go up and they get him. Here, you got to wrestle. So they get him in there. Ric Flair goes, I will never, ever wrestle him again. Kerry Von Erich throws like this spinning punch thing he does. He must have missed by 5 miles and he fell flat in his face. And I'm like, and that's when they remember it's a replay, but you don't know who wins, right? So you're watching as a kid, whatever, a young teenager. It's enjoyable to watch. And they go and they stress that he had a fever and he still wanted to try to win that title. I was like, wow. Yeah, he was high as a kite. They had to go get him, but that was their demons. Woo! Oh, wow. Schultz became a bounty hunter after his career in wrestling. Yeah, that's interesting. I did not know that. It's all cool. Kevin is alive. You mean Kevin Sullivan? Yeah, Kevin Sullivan. He's another great interview. And Ric Flair versus anyone, great stuff. I like Ric Flair. Everyone says some people rate him high, like I do, in match enjoyability. They go, but he wrestled the same match. I didn't care. I enjoyed it. He entertained me. I was a big Ric Flair fan after I saw him. I mean, Hulk Hogan's matches were all the same too. To be honest with you, Ric Flair's 100 times better entertainer than Hogan. Hogan had the it factor for a while. But the interesting thing about Eddie Graham's son, listen, if you like wrestling, I highly recommend check out that interview. Eddie Graham, I forgot what it's on. It's about an hour or something. He talks about where his dad was promotions, WCW type stuff, and when he was up in the what's now the WWE. It was just very interesting. And Kevin Von Erich is still alive. Oh, so one Von Erich is still alive. But that tragic family. A lot of people, they had demons. The drugs did the alcohol. Hogan, you always drop the arm twice. But that's my wrestling chat. I have to go use the facilities for a moment. I'm going to turn this over. We're going to go a little longer if you guys want. If not, that's fine. But I'm going to turn it over. Let's see what OG and Kurt come up with. Back.
Okay, so here's what I was reading about today, Devin. I was reading about, I was reading about the Victory Games Civil War campaign game, which I'm sure you've played. But what I was reading about was in this review I was reading about in Victory Games. I guess the Civil War game that they had was at one time maybe an Avalon Hill game. I don't remember, but and then Victory Games got it, and the review of it was that the Western campaign, or the Western part of the war as done in the game, was a waste of time. And I wonder what you think. First of all, you know the game I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, Mark Semenich. I know. Yeah, I know the game real well.
So what do you? I always had fun with the Western part of that, and I was wondering
the nice thing about the West was it allowed you so much more maneuverability, because you weren't constrained by the terrain of the Appalachians to the Atlantic.
Right.
It was more wide open, so you had more maneuverability. You get into the Appalachians and you're maneuvering down set paths, and you can't really branch out. Plus, almost all the victory is in the East. I mean, you can put a bunch into the West, but again, it is kind of pointless because the victory points are in the East. You got to go to the East. You got to go to Georgia. You got to go, Sherman's infamous march through Georgia when he made Georgia howl. But yeah, the Western campaign, I always enjoyed the Western campaign more, mainly because you weren't constrained by terrain.
Yeah.
So,
that's, I couldn't figure out. Yeah. I couldn't figure out why they would say that, but anyway, that was one of the things I was reading this morning.
What was that?
Well, I used to, when I was a teenager, maybe it was in college, I had this game called the Civil War, and it was produced by Victory Games, and it's a campaign game, and huge. I mean, it's I don't know. We used to take maybe 8 or 10 hours maybe to do it.
Yeah.
And anyway, I was reading this review about it this morning. I forget where I was, but I was just looking it up, and the review was talking about the campaign west of the Mississippi, and that part of the game was really a waste of time. And I was just saying to Devin, we always thought that was one of the most fun parts of the whole simulation, because first of all, there is room. I mean, I totally agree with Devin. I mean, it's so different because you do have elbow room, and you have some sort of non-traditional
Combat.
combat that you don't really think about too much when you think about the Civil War. And if you drift a little bit further east, if you somehow get your guys closer to the Mississippi, they can have an impact on what's going on there too, especially Texas and New Orleans and so on. And so I wasn't really understanding the review, but I thought maybe Devin had played the game, and I thought maybe he would be a good, have some input, some insight on that. And he agrees with me. So I thought it was interesting. I grew, like when I was young, like I played those Avalon Hill Civil War games like Gettysburg and Vicksburg, and there was another one, Gettysburg,
Chancellorsville.
Vicksburg. Yeah, that's it. And
Avalon Hill made a ton of games. That my title about championship boxing, I got to put that together back in the boxing show. That's an Avalon Hill game.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah, I remember title bout.
Mine, yeah, but that, yeah. So
yeah, GMT just recently, I say recently, within the last 5 years, republished and reprinted Civil War. So it's been redone. Mark Simonish reworked it, and you can find that. You can find that from GMT. They cleaned up a lot of it. The map, of course, looks a hell of a lot better. Counters, I was never a fan of the victory game counters, and the GMT ones aren't much better. It's just like you just got a strength point with the guy with the musket there, and just the name of the general and how many stars and his stats on it. It's like, give me something more. But
can you guys? I'm not familiar with the campaign in the Mississippi area.
Well, that's because it's pretty
Sherman, right? Because Sherman.
Oh, Sherman went through Georgia.
Right. No, but I'm saying, so give me a little background on that. That's interesting. I'm not familiar with it.
You don't know much about the campaign in the West because there was really no major objectives they were fighting over. I mean, all the important industrial centers, everything that was important to the survival of the South was east of the Appalachians. Now, granted, you had Texas and you had, parts of, along the Mississippi corridor, you had the southern states, but there wasn't much there. So, And since it's also wide open, it was great cavalry country, wonderful cavalry country, but there was no strategic objectives there. It was both sides had to put forces into the West or they'd get the risk of being flanked, but they didn't put that many forces in because it wasn't that important of a theater. So that's why you don't really hear too much about it, because there were some great battles out there, but yeah, in the grand scheme, it just really didn't have an effect on the war. It was, we got to do this or we're going to get flanked, and we can't let that happen.
Yeah.
And the hard part about the simulation is what do you do with Grant, and when do you, like, what's the best use of Grant, I guess, is the best way to put it. I guess that is one of the real, I think, challenges for the Union player in the sim is how to manage the leadership, of the North, and really, especially early on, how do you keep it going when there were so many people that seemed just so incompetent, and it was Lincoln's problem. So
yeah, from a leadership standpoint, the South just ran circles around North, except for Grant. But
if the North didn't have like Grant and Sherman, the North would have been in deep trouble.
The problem is the North just about only had Grant and Sherman.
Yeah.
That was, Meade was incompetent. Pretty much all of them that you can list off. Hooker Hooker was an administrator. He wasn't a battlefield general. Well, one thing that also always gets me is everybody talks about the brilliance of Lee.
She went around. He should,
No, Lee
at Gettysburg. I watched the thing, and again, it's only because I watched the thing. It was, you know what it was? They were talking about on the Military Channel or the History Channel, The Art of War, the book. And they're just saying they had a couple of historians on, and they go, "There's a famous speech where Lee goes, 'It's my fault,' and his men say, 'No, it's not.' And the guy goes, 'Yeah, it is. You should go around them.' The guy explained it. He goes, 'Washington D.C. was open. If you go around them, they have to come off their. Again, I only reason why I know this because I listened, and to me it made sense. You start saying, we're not going to engage you here. I don't care if you're there. Guess what? We're going to go. We're going to go for your capital.'"
The problem with that is Jackson had taken his cavalry on a glory run up into New York when he was supposed to be doing reconnaissance for the Army of Northern Virginia. Lee had no clue what was out there. He was literally fumbling around blind.
So he didn't know there was a great shot.
He didn't know. He knew nothing because Jackson was off doing glory hound, ripping up rail lines, destroying telegraphs. But the thing about Lee, and I'm going to get a lot of hate from this. I always get a lot of hate from this. Lee was a great defensive general. He couldn't do an attack. He was not good on the offense. They should have just left him on defense. He was extremely popular, and he was loved by the South. And like I said, I'm going to get hate for it because I always get hate for it. But he was not a good offensive general at all. So, but that's my 2 cents on that. They should not have put Lee in charge of the Army of Northern Virginia. So
interesting. I always like hearing your opinions on things. You're knowledgeable, and I don't care what anyone says. You're knowledgeable. It was interesting when someone said it would just don't. He goes, I guess in the art of war, you never fight someone on their terms.
Yeah, Sun Tzu's Art of War. Yeah.
And they brought up another example when the Romans were fighting Hannibal, I think. And they had this weird thing when they had 2 generals in charge. I think it was against Hannibal. I could be wrong, but whatever campaign it was, it's Hannibal. Hannibal from Carthage, right?
Yeah, that was part of the Punic Wars. Yes.
And one general was in charge one day, and the other general the next day.
Yeah.
And again,
well, that was part of the problem when they were fighting the Punic Wars, is that there was no. This was early Roman, so they hadn't gone through the what do they call it? The revitalization, the restructuring of the entire Roman legions and the cohorts and stuff like that. So they didn't have a set formation between the different legions. After the reconstruction, then all right, a legion is X number of men. This is how many men is a cohort. This is cavalry. This is what the precepts do. This is what the centarius do. All the different ranks. But there were, from a political standpoint, the Senate liked to send out their favorite people to go into combat to lead the armies when they shouldn't have been leading the armies, but they went out because they were popular with the Senate, because they think, all right, I can gain more glory. But when you're going up against someone like Hannibal, you can't do that. So that's why, one day they would have, X legions facing, it would be, Maximus Pontificus as the general, and he would get beaten. And so then they throw together some more armies, and then have someone completely different. It was all politics. It was just all politics.
The son, it was named Scipius. It was a really interesting biography. And his father was one of the generals in charge. And on one day, the father's like, they hold the high ground. We're not fighting them. We'll keep an eye on them. The next day, same territory, right? The other general attack.
Yeah. Like I said, politics. I mean, it was all politics.
And what is written, like, what would be Scipius, I might be mispronouncing his name. It's the son of the second general, right? And he writes, we attacked like we were told to do. And his father goes, this is not a good idea, but we're told to go, we go. And his father gets killed. And he goes, I'm not leaving my dad's body out there. And this is, again, it's written, as much as you want, it's their history, it's down there. And he gets some of the guys loyal to his dad, and they go retrieve his dad's body. at a cost, right? They go, and the whole point of that was, he goes, I'm going to get that. Like his whole point was, I'm going to get this, like these, Hannibal, I'm going to get him. And they kept losing and losing until they decided to go. He moves himself up the ranks. He now becomes in charge. And he goes, now we fight. I'm paraphrasing. We're going to fight the war my way. He goes, we're not going to do this chasing them around the Italian peninsula anymore.
Oh, and they chased him up and down that peninsula for months.
And then he gets us in traps. We're not doing it no more. We're going to take the war to Carthage. So now they leave people to keep them occupied, right? But the majority of their forces decide, and he goes, basically his thought process, which turned out to be correct, they're all over here. There's no one over there. We have enough, we can keep them buffered. And then he went like into France or Spain, I think it was Spain, and they were able to keep them buffered, right? They mirrored every move he did. Just keep them. He goes, we attack Carthage, which is Northern Africa, right? Northern Africa?
Tunis.
Okay. He's got to go back to defend it. Now he's not. And that's what he did. The other thing which was interesting about the war, and I'm not a historical expert, what interested me when I was watching and reading about this stuff, Hannibal just couldn't understand, like, you win, you're supposed to quit. Meaning, we come to terms, we win. Well, the Romans were never going to know. You can beat us and beat us and beat us, and unless you kill us all, you're in trouble, buddy.
Yeah, the Carthaginians and the Romans had two completely different ways of waging war.
Yeah.
So
the Carthaginians thought it'd be like sue for peace kind of thing. Like we beat you, now we come to terms, and it stops. Well, the Romans were like, no, we don't surrender to anybody in that game. And so they win because they go to Carthage and he's got to come back and got him. And plus they sold out. They were able to buy off certain people with money. They sold their own people out. Allow the Romans to get in. What they had to do. Some of them might join, because they promised when it's done, you're going to be in charge, kind of thing, right? And that's my interpretation. But that's where it comes salting the ground. They didn't want them to have. They were going to punish them. They salted the ground. So
they salted it. Yeah, Carthage never recovered.
Never recovered because we're not going to have this happen again. Brutal. If you think about it, right? You're going to put these people in poverty forever. But that's what they wanted. And the other thing that comes from that was Hannibal became the boogeyman. They used to tell stories to the little Roman kid, like, you better go to bed or Hannibal's going to get you. They really did. They're saying, and they wanted him so bad. They chased him around the world. They finally got him in some crazy place where he became, like, he was the admiral for a while of someone's navy, and that was not his thing, but he was such a good military leader. They got him in some castle. They literally said, you better give him to us. They surrounded like this. We're going to kill everybody. You give him to us. And they got him. It took years, but that guy skipping this goes, no. He goes, this is not, if he lives, we're in danger. That was their thought process. And he literally, as Devin nods his head, they chased him around the world. We're going to get him. That was their number one guy.
Scipio received Scipio received from the Senate. They actually gave him the honorificum of Africanus. His name became Scipio Africanus because of the major battle that he won at was Zama, which was just outside of Carthage, and then that allowed them to sack Carthage. But yeah, that broke the Carthaginians back and allowed them to win the Second Punic War. And the Roman Senate said, "You are now Scipio Africanus." Yeah,
but wasn't his thing? We're going to take the war to them. This guy all around, because he could never understand that. He tried it. He goes, and then once he got in charge, this is the way we're doing it. Because we chase this guy all around. He's better at it than it. We don't get there in time. Then you want to, we're not going to do it. And he said, we're going to mirror him, keep him so occupied, and we're going to go out there. It was just brilliant. It's just, there's some people who make good decisions and other people who make bad decisions. Splitting your forces at Iswell and Douala is a bad decision.
Well, it worked out for him, but
not for the poor bastards you got left there.
Well, yeah, no, not the Ford supply convoy, no, but at least the guys at Rorke's Drift, they managed to hold.
Lucky the Zulus were sort of respectful. They should have overrun them. They could have in the third day.
You guys, I'm gonna have to jump off here.
All right, Kurt.
But I appreciate it. Had fun. Good seeing you guys. Take
Pine
care.
Tar Baseball. Check it out. Thank you, Kurt.
TTLBaseballGame.com.
Fun game. I enjoy it. Thank you, Kurt. We'll stay on a little bit. You want to stay on a little bit?
Yeah. I got nothing going on.
I enjoy talking stuff.
It's only 8:45 where I'm at, so
It's only 11:47 here. We go to 3. Come on.
you're not working tomorrow, are you?
No, it's Sunday.
Well, then there you go.
Exactly.
So,
but yeah, I always that battle, and we've talked about it offline, online. That battle fascinates me of Isla and Dwana. Again, I'm not saying I got the history correct from the movies and from the stuff I read and from the History Channel and stuff like that, or just I think Discovery or whatever that military channel did or something. It's like the guys who didn't want to fight or thought it was a silly campaign, meaning there was one side to say, okay, we want these resources, right? Why don't we just negotiate a fair treaty, right? And just be fair about it, and we might get the resources. And then there's the other side, let's just take them. And again, in the movie, which I
enjoyed the movie too.
The movie's well done. I'm not in Rourke's Drift with Michael Caine's well done too, but I'm talking about the one they did in the late 70s.
Yeah, Zulu.
And you sit there and the arrogance, and I picture it as probably being correct when they go, and why would you split your forces? And the guy says, well, we're not fighting like a real army, you know.
That and like you said, you and I have talked about it, but it was British arrogance at the time.
Yeah,
really was British arrogance. We've got rifles, they've got spears. They're a bunch of backwoods savages. They haven't even gotten out of the Bronze Age.
And the guy's trying to
doesn't matter. They outnumber you 20-1.
Yeah, that I think. To be honest with you, even if they stayed together, okay, they have an extra cannon battery, I guess I'll call it. So an extra battery of cannons. So I think they'd have 6, in my opinion, if I'm remembering right, because it was 3 and 3 or 2, either 6 or 4.
Right.
Maybe they hold off because they put so many casualties. I mean, the half of the army, it wasn't even an army, to be honest. I mean, I guess you would call it an army, but they didn't have a lot of guys. The half of the force that got left at Isla and Dwana did put a lot of casualties on the Zulus. So maybe if you had the full amount of troops that they quit, you know, maybe.
Well, but you also got to remember they're fighting in the open. At least at Rourke's Drift, they had the building and the wall, and that was enough.
That made
enough.
That made a huge difference. And again, the Zulus also had respect for the defense. I think they thought reinforcements were coming, and also the Zulus thought that ended the war, meaning we did a job on them. They're going to, now they negotiate for peace, but that wasn't happening. Yeah. It's just the whole history of that is just really interesting to me. That and Dien Bien Phu, I'd like.
Dien Bien Phu. I know. There was a movie. It was actually a French movie that came out a few years ago covering Dien Bien Phu. It came across my YouTube feed. I wish I'd have saved it, because as soon as I saw that, it's like, oh, I'd love that.
I've watched the one that they did with the Vietnam 50,000 day war. It starts off with the origins of the conflict, and Dien Bien Phu is the main part of it. It's, to me, well done. I've seen other documentaries. I've read a lot about it. To me, that's the best one. The concept always amazed me. The whole point was, and in theory, you'd say, yeah, it's a good idea. Then you think about it, yeah, it's a bad idea. In theory, let's draw them out into a big battle, and we win because we have air power. To get yourself surrounded on purpose.
Well, to be fair, we did the same thing with our alpha teams and the strong points we did during the Vietnam War.
Yes,
now, granted, we had overwhelming artillery and air power, and the French, instead of being up on hills, decided to put themselves in the valley so they could protect the airfield.
We were at higher points.
Oh yeah. No, we were on tops of mountains and hills.
Yeah,
our alpha teams and our fire bases were on tops of hills. Unlike, like I was saying, the French, who decided to be down in the valley so they could protect the airfield better. So even Khe Sanh was
that's higher, right?
Yeah, even Khe Sanh was on an elevated area so they could have the airstrip high up, and there wasn't much. There was some higher, but not much.
And to be
So-
honest, militarily, the Tet Offensive was a failure for the North, but that's
Oh,
not.
complete failure, but it was a political victory.
Yeah.
Total
That's what
political
they wanted.
victory. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's yeah.
The thing with Dien Bien Phu was they had an airfield that they thought they could air supply stuff in land, and that was out of commission the first day that the artillery went. The other thing was they underestimated their enemy. They never
Again, French arrogance.
they never thought the Vietnamese did an incredible job. They dragged heavy artillery into mountains and then dug it in so it couldn't be spotted. And there's a great scene in the documentary. You got to feel for both sides, right? But there's a great scene in the documentary. They're talking to a French colonel, Bruno something. I just remember his first name because Bruno's an easy name to remember. And he goes, the commanding officer, because the first commanding officer killed himself as soon as he apologized. He said, "I'm sorry," and he went in and shot himself. And they're like, "Great, now we're left with this mess, right?" And so they would counterattack and try to retake fire bases, retake positions. And they did. And the guy says to the new commanding officer, he goes, "I can't do it no more. I don't have the men. I don't have the ammunition." Because the guy goes, "You've done a great job. You've done a great job." Because "I can't do it anymore. We don't have the men. My men are exhausted. I lost my best men taking that last position. We can't do it." It's just really, you feel bad for both sides, and they inflicted a lot of casualties on the North. I mean, again, it's not like they held out, what was it, 54 days?
Yeah, it was 2 months, almost 2 months. It was almost 2 months.
Totally surrounded. 54 days with limited help from air power. And when they were dropping supplies, they had to go get them. Like a bridge you had to go run out and get the supplies because the supplies areas were overrun.
Yeah,
Anyway.
the air support and the close air support. You got to remember, this was 54, 55.
Yeah,
it wasn't to the point when we were there in 67, 68, 69, whatever, we had helicopters, and so we could pinpoint drop stuff anywhere we wanted to. Plus, air superiority had advanced. It had a good 15 years to figure out. All right, so the technology wasn't there for what the French wanted to do. And it bit him in the butt. So
it was it's always been an interesting concept to me. I got I don't agree with it, but I understood what they're trying to do because again, and Jake brings up the point we've been talking about. Sorry, he says it's mind blowing how arrogance cost a more powerful army the war. It's true. I don't know if it didn't, it's when someone's fighting for their independence and someone's fighting and to be honest with you, the majority of the troops at Dien Bien Phu were legionnaires, weren't even French. Officers were French and they had French soldiers, but the majority of them were legionnaires, non-French soldiers, the Foreign Legion, thus the French Foreign Legion.
Yep. I don't think we want to step into the morasses that is Vietnam. We could do a couple 3 shows on that alone. Yeah. So
it all gets back again. The reason I get into it because like sports sims gaming, military sim gaming is very similar to me. And it's very fun. I don't put it up on my channel because
most of your audience doesn't
watch
it. Yeah.
And I like playing. I put up the other game. I got decent view, but I enjoyed playing that game. And and then the Zulu game was fun to play. Mm-hmm. They're fun it's a what if. What if, just like with baseball, football, basketball, boxing, whatever, a military strategy game, I don't wish wars on anyone. I'm just saying you look at why did they do certain things, whether in the ancient times with the Greeks, Romans, Carthage, Egyptian, why did they do certain things? When you sit back and you can see the fact, we're playing Monday morning quarterback in a way.
Oh yeah. Well, and I've said this before. I do not know why there is not more crossover between sports sims and history sims, because we're basically just doing the same thing. I mean, we like numbers, we like running numbers. You're throwing 3rd and out, from the 14-yard line, and it's the last 10 seconds of the Super Bowl. I do that sometimes myself. But and me, I'm driving aircraft into a bomber formation to try to break up the bomber formation. It's all the same. In its purest form, it's all the same thing.
Yeah, it is. And Todd's had our good friend attorney
Itinerant hobbyist.
Todd has had some. I've caught some of his streams. You know what it is? He starts streaming a little later, and I'm just tired.
He does. He streams awful late at night.
And I stream late too. So by the time I'm done, I watch it. But he's been doing the miniatures is so much fun to watch. You were, I think the last one I watched. Yes, you were in the chat. I watched.
Yep.
And that's another one where I'll tend to watch a little more than I listen, just like you, because I want to see what's going on. But
right.
He does a good job of explaining everything.
He does. Todd's good people. I like Todd.
I like Todd. Todd's excellent. But yeah, it is. I bet you if you ask most sports sim gamers, they have played military strategy games, whether Risk or Axis and Allies or
well, and there's a lot of military sim guys that I ask them, and it's like, oh yeah, I played Title Bout, and that was Avalon Hill or Avalon Hill's baseball game or Status Pro, because Avalon Hill did do sports games.
They did a ton of sports games.
Yeah. So
they did a ton of sport. They're not in. Are they in existence anymore?
No. They got bought out by Hasbro in the 90s. Okay. And Hasbro has the license for most of the Avalon Hill games, and they are very stingy about it and don't want to give up any of the license. Now, there are some guys out there, designers, who still have the rights to their games, and a couple of the old Avalon Hill games have made reappearances, but not a lot.
You know, it was a fun game on your channel, and I know you're with Lock and Load, and that takes up a lot of time. I like the Gunfighter game.
Gunslinger,
that was fun.
Yeah, I need to get back to that. I enjoy that game. I just to make it fun, you need 5 or 6 characters, and at that point, it starts getting a little bit difficult for one person to run. But no, yeah, Gunslinger, one of my all-time favorites.
Just my opinion. If you do it like you did just the storyline,
yeah,
and you have to play everybody, so you play against yourself. If you make it more like a soap opera, just a storyline, it's just awesome. That was
the funny thing is you
Marshall,
and the Marshal died, and who was the hero? Who was the hero in that? The kid. He was the kid was the only one to survive it. So what I am thinking of doing is that the kid is going to be making an appearance, and the next time I do one, the kid is going to be making an appearance.
I enjoyed it. That made me buy that game on Steam when it went on sale. It was the closest thing. Because I said, if I bought that game, and it's not a game you can buy, that game, but if I bought it, would I play it enough? Probably not. But this game was on sale. I got it for like $5. It was like the $4.99 thing.
Yep.
I played it. Fun. And it was similar, not exactly, but it was a turn-based Western, which if you went far enough, turned into a zombie, like a zombie game.
Yeah, the what was it? What was it called? Dark West? No.
Yep, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. So.
I do play World War II games. I play them on the PC though, because I don't have the room. The PC makes it easier for me to learn the war games. I can't sit and read a gazillion page manual. I couldn't do it as a kid, and as an adult, I don't want to waste. It's not a waste of time, but for me, I'm not going to have fun with it. I sit down, I play. I've got Lock and Load. I've watched it played. I'm going to play that. I play a couple other games I don't want to mention because I want people to check out Lock and Load. Devin knows what games I play. It's a good game. I have all the scenarios. I haven't played in a while, but I do enjoy that game. I played some other games that were like Axis and Allies, that Sandbox World War II, which really was a fun game. I played the Finland was it Finland? Yes, Finland, where they had to go on both sides. They were declared they're technically an ally of the Axis, but in reality, they just fought the Russians. I'm being honest with you.
Well, no, the Finnish War of
went with the Germans was because they were fighting. The Russians were trying to invade them.
Yep.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, it's not like they liked the Germans, but at that point, the Germans were the only ones that were willing to supply them with arms and equipment. So
Finland held off the Red Army. They never took them. And that's tragedy at the end. If you go, it's very interesting. Probably a lot of people don't know about it. And Finland was basically out of the war. They held off the Soviets, and the Soviets went to the Americans at the end of the war. And hey, they have German troops there as make them fight them. And Finland goes, listen, you got to get out of our country. We made a deal. I'm paraphrasing. Just take your time, leave our country, and it's fine. And the Allies made them fight them, and they didn't want to do it because they were sick of the bloodshed, and they fought them a bit. But again, it's silliness because they caved into the Soviets were so mad they couldn't take Finland, and they paid a bloody. But I played that scenario in that game, and because I had seen the documentaries, I basically played it the same way, but I had a little more offense, counter attacks, what they would never have really done because they didn't have. But it's a game, so you can get a few more tanks and stuff. I said, all I have to do is survive for X amount of rounds, and then they get sick of me. I did it. So that's a fun.
Yeah, and that's like you playing Singapore, putting some tanks in Singapore.
Yeah. But they gave me the option.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
I did it
perfectly fine.
That's the other battle that amazes me. I've read that. I bought that little book, Pacific Battles in World War II when I was a kid. I read that over and over and over, and I would try to go to the library. Again, no internet then. I try to understand, because once I read that, I go, why would you surrender? I don't get it. You just caved. You could have won, and you caused a lot of death because of your stupid moves. And they just underestimated the Japanese. I don't get it. Now, the general actually had a decent plan in the beginning. Let's stop them right at the beaches. But then, should we invade?
The problem is the Japanese didn't do what the British wanted them to.
Right.
The Japanese came down the mainland, didn't do the naval invasion.
That was the other thing. We invade neutral Thailand to try to stop them, and they didn't. In my scenario, I'm allowed to invade neutral Thailand, and guess what I do? I do. The scenario wants you to invade neutral Thailand. Well, actually, the Japanese had landed. Yeah, I don't think they waited a while to invade Thailand. But I do it. It's an interesting scenario when you play those type of scenarios, regardless of what game. You're going to lose. The point is you have to
hold out as long as you can.
Hold your objectives as long. And I did that in like you play Baton, like the and you just have to hold out. And at the end, the last scenario, which was really fun in that game, they literally, you don't have enough troops, and you're fighting, what's it called? The delay tactic.
Delay in action.
You have to do it well enough because you have to make sure MacArthur gets on the PT boat. That's the whole thing. Hold out to the very end. So I'm enjoying the Guadalcanal. Now
I need to get back to playing that. I don't even have a beta version.
That's a scenario if they actually went to reinforce Guadalcanal, correct? Or was that
no, I was doing Coral Sea.
Okay.
Yeah, and you've seen me do Coral Sea before.
Were you going to do one if was it Wake Island? If they actually were going to reinforce?
Yes. There is a scenario in that game of if the Americans decided to reinforce Wake Island. So I've played that offline a couple times. It's not a bad little scenario. It's still the game itself is extremely fun. I really enjoy the game itself. Great fog of war. It actually mimics, carrier operations.
Lock and load.
No, that's not lock and load. That is
that's great.
Antioch or Auric Digital. I can't remember the name of the company, but no, that's not a lock and load title. But it's I don't even have a beta copy. I have a developer's copy, so it hasn't even gotten to the beta stage yet. There's a lot of bugs in it, which is fine. I mean, the biggest thing that I'm running into is that the save games always get corrupted. I have got, if I want to play a game clean, I got to play it in one sitting, because if I save it, the save game file gets corrupted and it just totally messes it up. And that's the problem I was having when I did the second video of the Coral Sea, is I'm pushing the button and nothing. It just got corrupted. And it was frustrating. So.
The last game you played, the one that you did on Twitch and loaded up to YouTube, again, that game's beautiful.
There's a reason why I do it on Twitch now. So.
Yeah. But I honestly thought, I was like, holy cow, because I think my first comment was, what a setup. I thought it looked like you were literally, until I saw you clicking again early on. I mean, I thought you were on the tabletop.
Like, beautiful, absolutely beautiful map. Absolutely beautiful map. So yeah, the hex lines are a little bit disconcerting, but those suggestions have been offered to the developers. So, and yeah, Turbocharged Sports is correct. Yeah.
It was the Red Army's overall failure in Finland in 1939 that convinced Hitler that the Wehrmacht had enough to score a decisive KO in Operation Barbarossa. Wow.
Yep. No, that's true. I mean,
know what,
Hitler saw the Red Army's failure in Finland and pretty much convinced himself that it's just a rotten barn that will collapse as soon as we kick the door in. Didn't work that way, but
Also helping Finland was the terrain too, because they were talking about
huge, massively huge terrain bonuses. Yeah.
Again, in more modern time now, would it? They would just bomb the living bejesus, and I'm sure they try to bomb the living bejesus.
Well, when you've got helicopters now, and helicopters allow you to put forces on any point you want with no problem. So.
But again, with Operation Barbarossa, that's the invasion of the Soviet Union, correct?
Yes, that's the 41 summer Eastern invasion.
And it just continued to the oil fields. Wasn't that the main objective? The oil fields?
The summer, the main objective of the first year was they thought they'd just, kick in the door and everything would collapse and the war would be over by Christmas time. When the lines settled down at the wintertime and they realized, the Soviets aren't going to give up so quickly, we need to get their oil because, well, Romania was pretty much the only source for oil, and they weren't providing enough of it. So the summer offensive, the 1942 summer offensive called Case Blue, that was the objective of that was to drive to the Baku oil fields, and there were a couple other oil fields down south, and capture them. But they got caught up in a little city called Stalingrad.
But could they have gone around that?
They should have.
That's my point.
They should. Well, at that time, the Baku oil fields were piping the oil up to, I can't remember the name of the city, and then from there it was going to Stalingrad, and then from Stalingrad it was being shipped out all over the place.
And they wanted the oil for themselves. I get that.
If nothing, they needed to stop the oil getting to the Soviet Union.
That's my point.
So Stalingrad wasn't even an objective when Case Blue was initially launched. It wasn't even anywhere near, but as they started to get more embroiled in the battle and the stiffness of the Soviet defenses, they realized, okay, we're not going to make it to the Baku oil fields. We're not going to make it to the Caspian Sea, I think one of the seas, the Azov Sea, to cut the fuel lines from the Baku oil field. The best we can try to do is cut Stalingrad.
And in hindsight, what they should have done, what the generals want, and I'm glad they didn't do it, was to fall back, regroup, and just new defensive line and hold until whatever plan came up. But again, there's a famous, I don't remember the general's name, but Hitler made him a field marshal because no field marshal was taken alive.
Paulus, commander of 6th Army at Stalingrad. Yeah, Hitler promoted him to field marshal, hoping that Paulus would commit suicide rather than being captured. And Paulus said, and surrendered anyway.
Well, they ran out of ammunition. I mean,
they ran out of everything.
Everything. I just makes the waste of, and again, I'm glad it happened. I'm just saying that the waste of resources, you can't get that back. You cannot get that back. It makes no sense to be that arrogant. It's in sports too. That's why it's interesting to do military sim gaming. Again, I'm talking about sim gaming. Don't wish war upon anybody, folks. It's just interesting to see the decisions. And what if you're take away which side, just what if you did something different for a side? What would have happened possibly? And Danny, oh my God, I watched him play some of that truck racing. Absolutely incredible. He should be a NASCAR announcer. It was so fun. And then I started to get ready for this. But yeah, Danny does a great job. Check out that wonderful channel, Danny N. Gray's Cards and Toys. He wasn't counting on the vastness of the Russian.
The size of Russia never really bothered Hitler because, like I said, he convinced himself that a quick, rapid strike into Russia would force the collapse of the Soviet Union. He didn't even consider that, all right, we might have to conquer all of it.
When they first got into the Soviet Union, weren't they not treated as heroes in some?
A lot of places. The Urals, the Urals, Ukraine,
And
I mean, Estonia, Latvia, Riga, because people did not have it good under the Soviet Union. Not at all.
you treat those places, they should treat them a little better.
Should
I know
have treated them a lot better.
troops from there. People did fight, but you can't. When people are happy to see you come and get rid of the other people, treat them a little good. It's a better strategy. Army Group South ended up stretched too thin. Hitler wanted, but but again, he shouldn't have done. I agree. Again, I'm not a military historian, but if you have your objective to cut off the oil field, your plan should be to cut off the oil field.
Well, really, Baku was too much of a stretch. Even in a best case scenario, even if they'd have ignored Stalingrad, I don't think they could have made it to Baku because the simple fact was the infrastructure was not there. They could not get supplies that far forward in a timely, efficient manner. So,
what is it, Paulus?
Paulus, yes.
He laughed when they go, they're going to resupply us by air. There's no way.
That was Goring. Goring was a friggin' moron. No, I think Goring actually thought that the Luftwaffe could do it. Goring should have never been in.
Do it.
Yeah, Goring should have never been in charge of the Luftwaffe. He was a moron as well. So, but hey, it's probably a good thing that Hitler put morons in charge of.
I'm happy about that. We're happy about that. We're just talking strategy here. So
and hypothetically, and
we're talking strategy about a game or a military sim. I've talked about Dien Bien Phu. I've talked about Island Douana. I'll talk about custard maybe. Again, you find more and more out about that. It's another interesting thing where they don't know what they're running into. And it's the lack of reconnaissance, basically. And
again, that comes down to Custer's arrogance. Again, well, we've got rifles, we've got Gatling guns. They're a bunch of primitive Stone Age pinheads with Bronze Age weaponry. They can't beat us. That was the mentality.
There was another point of the strike that got beat back. I can't think of the commander's name, but they got beat back, and Custer thought they were coming up anyway.
Yeah. Well, again, Custer split his forces, and he probably shouldn't have done that. So.
We've talked about it before, Devin.
Well, oh yeah.
People don't like you. You had half of the people who were fiercely loyal to Custer. I shouldn't have said. You had commanding officers. Some were fiercely loyal to Custer, right? And you had others who didn't like the man.
He was a hard man to get along with. Now, the funny thing is, he was a brilliant cavalry commander in the Civil War, which is why he eventually became, commander of 7th Cavalry, because he did perform so phenomenally.
He was one of those guys who could think on his feet.
Yep.
He was a daring. That's what they needed at the time, the Union. Because people underestimate his Civil War record, in my opinion, sometimes, because he did help win battles. He was smart. He disobeyed orders, and if they weren't successful, he was getting in big trouble. But they worked. But it's always an interesting thing with that was they proved through writing and at the trial of the was it Reno or Captain Benteen or both of them?
I think it was Reno.
Reno. They had a trial, and it was proven. And I think what saved them, I always think what saved them from Reno being, you should have went to the gunfire. I believe it was either 20 or 25 or to 30 troopers break away. They disobey Reno and Benteen's order to stay, and they say, we're riding to the gunfire. Custer had sent it. We're riding. They disobeyed. They didn't make it. They actually had a lot, and they turned back. And I think that's what saves them at the trial, because those guys didn't make it. They tried to make it to the gunfire. I believe they turned back. They might have lost some guy. They turned back. They couldn't. There was too many. The other interesting thing they did at History's Detectives, and it's sad. With any side, it's just sad. But I'm saying the defense. Here's the thing I don't understand. We got Turbocharged Sports, who it seems like he likes military gaming, as long with sports too. And you're Devin. I know you're to me, you're a historian. I don't care what you say. Your stuff. You're a historian. Why did they dismount I never understood that. And
You can shoot better on the ground than you can from the back of the horse. And if you're that overwhelmed, dead horse meat's going to provide a little bit of a barrier if it's on the ground and you're
but my
behind it.
point was, they knew where Benteen and Reno were.
Oh yeah, they know. Yeah, they've gone over that battlefield. They know where everybody fell.
Would it have been better for them to try to make a run for them? Try to.
No, there was too many Indians in the way. It wouldn't. It was a bad situation. Even if Reno was with Custer,
Oh, they would have got wiped out.
I don't think it would have made a difference.
No, they would have got wiped out.
Yeah.
They were able to hold out because they had a little better defensive position, and then
the focus wasn't on them.
No, that's the point. Once they got Custer, they were done. They left.
Yeah. Yep.
Had they walked after them, they would have wiped them out. But it's just in the history's detectives, they showed how when they set up their defensive positions, how it was well organized in the beginning, and then as troopers started to fall, panic sets in, and they all start heading back up because they set up their firing lines, here and here, and then they work their way back up.
Work their way back up the hill.
Yeah. From where it's really interesting, where the cartridges fell as they were reloading, they go, see, for a brief time, very brief time, because they got overwhelmed quite quickly. There's an organized defense. And then you could see, here's when the panic sets in, and they go, as they redid what they believed happened from forensics, troopers started to move backwards and started firing on the run because they were too many. And that's a horrible, never wish that upon. Wow. You saw, and that also comes with Isla Duana, where everyone starts bunching up because it's just a natural instinct where it's just interesting. That's all I'm saying. It's interesting. I like to, what would change? And something probably, I've played a couple of those battles, and to me, even if the scenario worked out where you had your full forces, I don't think it would have mattered. So again, that's just interesting to me.
Yeah, Turbocharged Sports, we're not commenting very much, but he's making a lot of good points.
Yeah, and I have to remember
on the German advance into Russia.
Supplies were disrupted as well because of the difference in the railway once they got into USSR. The
Soviets used a different width on their railroads, and so the Germans had to completely replace the railroad tracks as they advanced. The German trains couldn't run on Soviet rails.
So that, again, the supply lines, which I knew they get bogged down, but I didn't realize it was because the railways were.
It's one of the reasons. The other reason is just the sheer distance. I mean, the furthest most point that the Germans managed to capture was like 1,200 kilometers away from Berlin as the crow flies. That's a long way. Yeah. So and plus, like I said, there was no infrastructure where they were advancing into. It was all, back country.
Another interesting, the early days of the Korean conflict, when basically the North Vietnamese just had more troops at the time, and they would just
human wave it. Yeah, and they would human wave it too. So.
Yeah, and then when the battle changes is when they get to Pusan and they set up the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can't flank us. And
Battle Group Walker.
Yep. It's so sad what happened to him, the way he such a tremendous commander. My dad's cousin passed away in that conflict. So I was always interested about it. And I read about it as much as I could. Again, then when you get YouTube and you watch the History Channel, stuff like that, when they go get those guys out of Japan, basically, or not in no one's in fighting shape, none of the units, and they gave them World War II surplus bazookas, and the guy says, "We knew, you put us in there, and we're shooting these things, and it bounces off the tank. It did nothing. It did nothing." To know that, and those guys still did their best and fought as hard as they could. They were pulling cooks out, giving them, "Go fight, because we need you. We need bodies." I mean, they are not giving credit for what they finally did. It's incredible what they did at the Pusan perimeter, and then the whole counter offensive, and then the landing behind them. And then MacArthur got a little enthralled with the landing behind them thing, and
it worked. But see, you got to remember the way the Korean Peninsula was set up is that, and something you have to remember about South Korea itself, 80% of the population in South Korea lives within like 20 miles of Seoul.
Yeah.
The rest of the country especially back then, and South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world at the time, it was all farmlands. There were no road networks. The only real road network that there was ran straight through Seoul and up to Pyongyang, and down to the south and then around to Busan. And so when MacArthur landed the forces at Incheon, that cut their supply line.
Yep.
At that moment, North Koreans were done because they just couldn't get the supplies through.
The air power, anything that moved in the day, they were hitting.
Oh yeah. Turbocharged Sports asked me as a pretty good. Devin, opinion, European theater only, all combatants. You have to pick one general. Who's your MVP? Bradley.
Really?
Yes. I like Patton because he was flashy, but Bradley was a better general, and I think and I can't really say Eisenhower. Eisenhower was not a good field commander. He was an excellent administrator, and he was perfect at politics. So he was the right man to be in charge of SHAEF, but he was not a good battlefield commander. And
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, Bradley. Again, not knowing this until I watched things on the History Channel and looked up stuff. He really foobarred the Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah, it was political. Eisenhower told him to back off and let Montgomery take the northern shoulder. Plus there was.
Fan. We've already discussed that.
Montgomery was an ass. He should have never been in charge of anything. Yes, he won the North Africa campaign with the 8th Army. It doesn't mean he was a good general. I mean, he was okay, but he was very cautious and very timid and tidy up the battlefield and make sure the flanks are secure.
Bradley. Mm-hmm. That's fine. Again, you're more knowledgeable. I go with Patton.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. It's Patton's my number 2. I love Patton because he was a braggadocious American. He was a soldier. I mean, he was right up there in the front lines. He carried his pearl-handled revolvers. He was loud. He was crass. He was crude. He shot from the hip. And you know what? There was no PC in him whatsoever. So, and he was a good army commander too.
He was effective. See, there's 2 schools of thoughts. Oh, he got people, but there's another, which was an interesting school of thought, because there were people go, if he didn't do what he did, he actually saved. Because of the tactics, he wanted the war ended quickly, or as quick as possible. He always said, whether it's true or not, if you gave him the supplies that you gave Montgomery for Market's Garden, he goes, I would have won the war. I would have ended it, but you didn't trust me. So
again, that was a political decision. We need to let the British have their day. Montgomery's got this plan. It'll put us over the Rhine with this big, massive air assault, or we could try to drive, through the Ruhr, like Patton was doing. And it's like, well, this looks like a shorter, quicker way to get into the industrialized Rhineland. So,
once the whole one road thing.
if you can call it a road.
Yeah, it's a road. Yeah, that's interesting. What are your thoughts on the Desert Fox, Rommel?
Rommel was a brilliant commander all the way around, no question about it. He was a gentleman. There were times his men would take prisoners during the fights, and during the nighttime, he would have his communications people, because the Germans and the British, there's nothing out there to interfere. They could pick each other's radio signals up, and Rommel would have, all right, this is let the British know who we captured today, and so they would give the names and the social security, or the unit identification numbers. So Rommel was a general, or a gentleman from the word go, and he was brave, he was daring, he was ostentatious, but he was a gentleman.
Yeah.
He was not like Patton. So
turbocharged pick Zhukov.
Grigory Zhukov. Yeah, Zhukov. I don't like the Soviets.
Yeah.
But no, Zhukov was definitely a very, very competent, and probably single-handedly saved Moscow from falling and Stalingrad from falling and Leningrad. I mean, yeah, Zhukov was the fire brigade commander. It's like, there's a problem, send Zhukov, because he's going to fix the problem, and he did. So.
I like these chats. We go all over the place.
Squirrel.
Yeah. No, that's I like that question. Who's your? Again, we're talking
hypothetically. Well, not hypothetically. It's just not that we're endorsing anything. We're just
It's
talking.
hypothetical.
Right. So.
So I like that. That was a very, and it goes back to this question. Where is it now? Was it this one? Yeah. I mean, that's a really fun question.
Yeah.
You know, that's like who, if you have one game, who's pitching it?
Yeah, exactly.
I like Pedro Martinez. I'm giving Pedro Martinez the ball. There's a lot of guys that give it to the ball. If you're as a Red Sox, I want to give it to Pedro. I thought he was. I mean, you had Clemens was nasty. Louis Tiant come up with some. I go with Pedro. That's just me.
See, I got to go with Griffey Jr. He was just hampered by being with the Mariners.
But he can't pitch.
Wasn't he a pitcher? I thought he was a pitcher.
Oh,
Or was his dad a pitcher?
no, both outfielders.
Were they? Who was the Seattle Mariners pitcher? Ichiro? No, not Ichiro.
Randy Johnson. They had good pitchers.
Johnson, yeah, the big unit, yeah. How could I forget that?
He was-
But again, my point still stands. He was hampered by being with the Mariners.
But yeah, that's a fun. That's always like that's interesting. That is, I like that question. It's an interesting way to put it. I'm trying to think of other generals. I think those are the big ones right there.
Those are the big ones, yeah. Those are the big ones.
Probably be way down in the list. The guy in Singapore would be way down, but that's the Pacific Theater.
That's
Was it Percival something? I remember.
Yeah, Wavell.
Yeah, they hampered. I felt bad for that guy when I watched and read about it. He tried it. His defenses, the theory was okay. They underestimated the Japanese, but they really left.
The biggest thing that caused Wavell to surrender Singapore is that as the Japanese came from a direction they weren't expecting, they managed to take out the water desalination in the first day, and Singapore has no fresh water. So they were going to be out of water in 3 days anyways. And Wavell didn't want to put the civilians through that. That right there, more than anything else, is what caused Wavell to surrender, is because the Japanese were able to, in the first day of their offensive, managed to knock out the freshwater production facilities.
What I found amazing in that campaign was the Australians rioted in a city. It was mind-boggling to me. As soldiers, right? Your enemy's coming and you decide to riot, steal, and rape. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just strange. I remember reading that. I go, is this correct? And I would look up something else. Well, that's what they did. Why would you do that to your own people you're defending, your own people? Why would you do that? Made no sense. Like they lost control of their own troops.
Yeah.
In that area.
That is something like that is the end is nigh, the Armageddon, the apocalypse. If you read, there's a book, Cornelius Ryan. I'm sure you know who the author is. He's done a lot of books. He did A Bridge Too Far.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Okay. He also wrote a book called The Fall of Berlin, and he went into how apocalyptic it was when the Soviet forces were moving out of Berlin. And I read that in junior high, and it was an eye opener. I'll just put it that way. So the
other interesting thing, you want to bring up the fall of Berlin and the end of the World War II, and then we can change subject. I just find it interesting. Some of the toughest fighting came at the end, and the Germans know they're losing. And the whole point was to get as many civilians. That was, God, I wish I could remember that documentary. Get as many civilians to the Allied side to surrender to them as to
rather than surrendering to the Soviets. Yep.
And
the Soviet, like I said, read if you want to know how badly. Now, granted, Germans did some horrible, awful things to the Soviets as well, and to their civilian population. Just say the Soviets repaid it in kind. Let's just leave it at that. If you want to know, read the book. It was published in 76, I think, so 1976. So, but yeah, Cornelius Ryan, one of my favorite World War II authors. So,
yeah, I remember him from The Bridge Too Far.
Yep. Next to Stephen Ambrose and Garner. Oh, dude, I gotta show you this book.
Excellent.
Hang on a sec.
Hope everyone's doing well out there. We've now turned into military sim chat and some historical stuff, as it's the late early show with chatting with Al and Devin, the OG. We had Kurt Bergland on earlier. That was a lot of fun. And we'll go a little longer. Turbocharged Sports. Zhukov commanded the defense of Leningrad, the defense of Moscow,
Yep.
January 24th, counteroffensive. The
Yep.
defense and counteroffensive at Stalingrad. He played a significant role in
Bagration.
Thank you. I didn't pronounce that.
Yeah. So it's not Gardner. It's Glance.
Okay. They're always thick books.
This is the first of a trilogy.
Wow.
And this is just covering the Battle of Stalingrad. This is not a book you read. This is a book you study. And it's god awful tiny font. So this is if you want to know about Stalingrad,
Really,
this is the author.
but because of your knowledge on these subjects, that's what helped you at Lock and Load.
Oh yeah. I've said this many times before. Ask me on any one day, am I a gamer or am I a historian? And depending on which way the wind is blowing, I'll say I'm either a gamer or a historian. It is such a narrow line with me. So I mean, I am both. But what do I consider myself more? Do I consider myself more of a historian, or do I consider myself more of a gamer? Mostly gamer, I think. I think gamer is going to win out most of it, but it's hand in hand for me. My OCD will not let me get into a hobby without consuming it. So
Turbocharged Sports is the drive to Berlin.
Led the drive to Berlin.
Led the drive to Berlin. Stalin played Zhukov,
Konev, Roskovsky. Yep. Oh yeah, no, it was. Yeah,
oh wow, interesting.
Oh yeah, Stalin was.
Well, yeah, he's not a kind human being.
No, he's not a kind human
It's
being.
horrific as Hitler, believe me.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, more so. I would say more so, but that's
Killed
a
a lot of
for
people. They're both
a lot of people.
Both those bastards died.
So
VE Day, Zhukov accepted the final instrument of surrender in Berlin.
After Hitler killed himself and Dönitz became the Reichsmarschall. I don't think they called him Reichsmarschall, but Dönitz, the High Admiral of the German Kriegsmarine. He took over when Hitler died. So yeah. Well, the Germans were throwing the Volkssturm against people long before Berlin, but yeah, it was mostly Volkssturm, old men and young boys that were defending Berlin.
Hitler actually flooded.
Like I said, the book, The Fall of Berlin, probably one of the most brutal accounts of any battle I've ever read, and it really opened my eyes.
Hitler flooded parts of Berlin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Killed his own people to try to slow them down.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Anyway, and I guess we should move to happier subjects.
Probably. let me put my book back. I got to run to the little general's room, so I'll be right back.
It's Turbocharge and I. We should get Turbocharge on here one night. If you'd like to come on, my friend, talk some sports gaming and other things. So, well, hope everyone's doing well, staying safe, be smart, do what you got to do. Hopefully they start opening things up, which they're starting to do slowly, and do the social distancing thing. But, we need to get back going, in my opinion, or we just have to get things going again in this country, and it will happen also around the world. So, but stuff going in this country because people need to go back to work. It's not good staying home. And those who need to be protected, they should be protected. If you got to work from home, and your company should be okay with that. And those who can't work from home, there should be some sort of compensation to help you out. That's my opinion. But we'll all get through this together. And Devin has rejoined us after coming back from command center. He is back with us.
Hey, did you ever beat that video game that you were playing about a year? You never went back. You never got past that giant statue.
Strange Brigade.
Strange Brigade. That's it.
And I'm going to bring that back, but I want to beat that. I got on Steam. Good segue. Something I got that on I bought it on Steam. It was on sale. I love the game.
I remember.
And I bought it in the package, so I got I think there's 3 downloads, and I went, I'm going to bring it back to the channel, the download. But I want to finish. It's that I can't get past that. I came sort of close. Like I had, it has the meter of getting, And I think even when you kill that, there's one last horde, but I can deal with the horde. Okay. It's just that thing. Oh, those electric balls in my face. I did increase my BAR. I had to take one of those gems out and you lose it. You don't get to keep it. But I decided to do that because I had to put in a quicker reload gem and it worked with the BAR. Had I could do it over again, I think I would have bought the shotgun, which is just before the BAR because it scatters. But I had it down to, if I had hit it 2 more, I would have had to survive 2 more of those type of volleys and I would have got him because I had it down to where if you threw the dynamite at his ankles 2 more times, I would have had him because you can judge how it goes down. I think you got
yeah. I mean, it's got a pattern to it.
I think it's 5 times. He's either 4. I either had him twice and needed 2 more, or I had him 3 times and needed 2 more. I needed 2 more. What looked like 2 more good to immobilize him and throw the dynamite. Fun game, really fun game. I have the downloads. I want to play those on through Steam because that's where I bought them. But I want to finish the other one. But I think
I get it.
I've been playing offline now and then, just the campaign again. It's just a fun game. Well done. It has the craziness of monsters and zombies and mummies and this and that, but there's the comedy in it, and I really like that. It's different than playing a dark zombie game because it's just different. The comedy, I like the comedy. And those are the people who do Sniper Elite.
Mm-hmm.
They've changed the name. They used to call it Nazi Zombies. It's Zombie Trilogy now. And they got a new one that came out, but I'm waiting for it to come out on Steam because I refuse. I have Steam. I'm not going. I did download that new one, or Oracle or whatever, because they give away free games every month and they're pretty good. And I got World War Z, which I own on the PlayStation, but they gave it to me for free. The thing is on that, what is it called? I got to look real quick.
Epic?
Yes, Epic. Thank you. They give away, I tell you, if you like gaming, you might as well download it if you're able to. They give you 2 free games a month, and they're pretty good. I don't download them all because I played. What happened with World War Z? It kept locking up on me, and I have a brand new computer. It ain't my computer doing it, believe me. So I was like, enough of these people. But their free games are marvelous. They're not bad games. I'm a Steam guy. I'm a weird loyalist for things. I like Steam.
I've got close to 200 games on Steam. I mean,
I'm not go elsewhere for my games.
Yeah.
You do have tabletop. I saw you've been playing tabletop.
I do, yeah. My normal Tuesday night group, since we haven't been able to get together because of the Oh yeah.
Okay, but I thought you didn't have that because there's a zombie game that goes with tabletop, and you had said you didn't get. So I'm going to get you. I got to make sure we're going to talk offline. It's
what are the paid ones, or is it? Well, you don't need to buy it for me with Tabletop Simulator. If you start it up, I can play with you. I don't.
Really?
Yeah, it downloads the assets to me. So I was talking to my boss about this because he's looking at doing stuff on Tabletop Simulator as well. And so he was trying it out, and he bought Scythe. He bought 4 copies for him and his sons and one other person, Darren.
Turbocharge, when you were in the little officer's room, in the admiral's room, I asked Turbocharge would he love to come on, and he said yes. So we're going to next week, hopefully. We talk sport. We talk it now, and I think you understand. We do a little comedy. I say silly things. I try to make people laugh. That's good to laugh. I'm going to talk about fart jokes and other things. That's pretty good.
Boobs.
I like boobs.
We like boobs.
Boobs are good.
Until the HR monkey crops up, and
but he's away with doing his.
He's in rehab right now.
That's cool. That is really, really.
Yeah, that's the thing. Only one person needs the title. I didn't know that. Yeah. You don't need to.
Now, because you probably are better at it than I am. There's a lot of community-made games.
Yeah, the workshop. Yeah.
Military games. I can't get them to work. They're beautifully done. I just can't get them to work. One of these days I got to show. I don't know.
Yeah, one of these days we'll sit down and I can. Yeah, some it depends on how the mod is done. I've downloaded a couple of them. Some of them were actually garbage, but some of them actually work pretty good.
There was one, the Sudan campaign. I can't remember the game, but that's what it was. The models are. It's like you guys, if you're doing the tabletop models.
Yeah, the miniatures. Yeah.
It's beautiful. I want to play this game. I can't even find the rules.
Well, that is one problem. A lot of times they don't include the rules with them. But honestly, for those older games, you can usually find the rules at BoardGameGeek.com.
Really?
Oh okay. Yeah. If if you ever need the rules, go to BoardGameGeek.com. Take a look at this specific game.
Because I think they're making real games. I don't think they're making. Or maybe they put the games up there, like the rules up there, maybe for what they made. I don't know.
Sometimes the modders will include the rules. I mean, I play with my Tuesday night group. Like I was saying, my Tuesday night group, we usually get together at our local game store. But with the NID going around, we haven't been able to do that. So we switched to Tabletop Simulator. We've been playing pretty much every night for.
You want to get Todd on?
It's 9:40. Yeah, let's get Todd on.
Todd, if you want to come on, tell me.
We'll bring Todd on. But yeah, we play a lot of the Ameristyle, the Eurostyle. I hate the term Ameritrash and Eurotrash.
Todd comes on, we'll do like another 20.
Yeah.
Stream.
Yeah, we say 20 minutes and turns into 2 hours. I know how you operate, Al.
Remember that time? 4 a.m, 3, whatever it was. I'm like,
oh yes, I remember. So yeah, no, I've definitely jumped into Tabletop Simulator. So yeah, if anytime you want to get together, you know how to get a hold of me.
Oh, I know. They had interesting sports games. I was like, how do you play these?
I got second season in there.
Yeah. You need to know something, but it's just Todd went, okay, cool. Todd, I'm gonna put it in Discord. I'll do a private link to you in Discord. Actually, because I don't know if I can delete it through here.
No, I don't think you can.
Yeah, so I don't want to put it because then I can't delete it.
And 50,000 people will start joining us.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Quick, black them.
Actually, I think we cap out at like 6 or 8 on StreamYard. So
let me Discord. Or send it through an invite to Discord. Oh, turbocharged. It was funny. That was funny. I did fart outside with the wind. It was cool. I'll do that. I highly recommend going out there before. It's just fun. Windy day, go fart. It's awesome. All right. So, and next week, hopefully we get turbocharge on. Put that down. Let me send the invite to Todd. Going to do it through Discord.
I think I'm going to have to break out the AC here soon.
Not here. It's freezing cold.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's 10 o'clock here and it's still like 70 degrees. And my fat butt does not deal with the heat real well.
So Todd should be joining us. I just sent him.
Amish Gaming just popped on.
Yep, love Amish Gaming.
Oh, one thing I was going to ask Kirk, but I didn't get a chance to. I wonder if you can do any dead ball teams.
He has dead ball teams.
Oh, he does have dead ball teams.
He has a season. And
one season. Okay.
He has dead ball teams, and that's a good question. We can ask him. I'm going to try to get him back. He likes to come on. I enjoy Pine Tar baseball. I really do.
How does it compare to Strat?
Different way of playing. It's the pitching. It's all about, can you match up your pitching? It's a wonderfully like when I want to play Strat, I play Strat. When I want to play Pine, and they're both backed by, and we have our good friend. There he is. Hello, Todd.
Where's the robe?
No robe.
It's downstairs.
The robe is with games.
It's on injured reserve.
It's on injured reserve. How are you doing, Todd?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah. Thanks for the quick invite. Yeah, I can chat for a couple minutes.
Yeah, cool. We're not going to be on much longer. We're in the military. Well, we're talking military. The question. Ask him the question.
You're the one that's got it. Can bring it back up.
I'm going to find it. Hold on, because that was a cool question. Where is it? If you could pick any general in the year, here it is. Here it is, right there.
Oh man.
Opinion, Todd. European theater only. All combatants. If you have to pick one general for one battle, who is your general? Who's your MVP? Who's your general?
One general for one battle.
Well, let me read it exactly because I kind of changed it, right, Devin? The way I said.
Yeah, we're playing telephone here.
Turbocharge, yeah, which By the time
Yeah, then I'm cheating, and I can tell you why I pick him, but I'm cheating. I'm going to have to just go with Eisenhower on that. He's
interesting.
not a battle, but
So, Devin, would you like to retort?
Nope, I'm not gonna shatter Todd's. Eisenhower was not a good general. He was a brilliant administrator and he was excellent at politics. He was not a good battlefield commander, in my opinion. He knew where to put the people. He knew, all right, Bradley here, Patton here. You know, he was able to do that. But and I suppose that's part of a commanding general's job. So, but I didn't want to.
I gotta say, I don't really study that kind of side of things a whole lot. I mean, I hear things. I just don't focus on it. I couldn't even name that many generals, honestly. But
we came up with like 4 or 5, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, it's not.
So
not many
so
of them.
what's the top one you guys heard or you have or whatever?
Turbocharge picked Zukov because you can pick anybody.
Okay.
I picked Patton.
Okay.
I went with Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley, I was leaning toward, but I just don't know enough about.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
That's fine. Just an interesting question.
Yeah, so I'm from Kansas, and so when I was I'm from Kansas, and so one of our field trips was to Abilene, Kansas, where the Eisenhower Presidential Museum is.
Cool.
So when you do that and you get immersed in that museum, I mean, any presidential library is probably cool. I've only been to Eisenhower. It's just World War II out the wazoo, you know. Yeah. I mean, so first of all, I go into it already a nerd about World War II, and I don't even know what grade we were in, like 4th, 5th grade. Not very many kids are into that like that. I was totally into it, and I go, and it's just kind of, he just seemed like a real. First of all, he looked very much like my grandpa, tall guy, bald. I mean, just that. So there was that. So there's so many baggage to that it's not even, you know. That's funny, Deborah Winger, YouTube. Anyway, so that's kind of why I lean that way. But I mean, you're right, Devin. I've actually been reading some books. I read a book called Lead Like Ike, kind of from the business perspective. That's kind of the perspective it was written by. And then I've been reading some of the other books about him because he did do a good job of bringing a coalition together. And that's what I'm doing my new job my job that I have. So it's kind of taking some. But yeah, when I listen to books like read or listen to books like Normandy 44, some of the Anthony Beaver books, you do get kind of. I just don't ever remember the names, but there are some generals that are definitely better than others, you know, and then some that get a bad rap, and because a lot of it was, I mean, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but a lot of it was their marketing and stuff of themselves back in the day. You know, the PR machine that they put around them, and that was such a big deal for someone like Mark Clark and Patton, obviously, and so there was just a lot of spin stuff going on too. Not that they were good or bad necessarily, but there was just a lot of stuff going on that kind of skew the histories a little bit. I think. You know, I'm not, you know, Marshall, best U.S. general. Yeah, but
it's interesting because the Marshall Plan saves Europe. That's an interesting concept there. So, but anyway, been watching the tabletop. Love it.
Yeah,
I try to catch it live because I enjoy it, and then I go back and I listen. And I was just telling Devin, you and Devin are probably 2 of the YouTubers I watch. I do a lot of listening, mind you, so I understand. But you and Devin, I actually, because I want to see it too, because I'm listening.
That's cool.
I do a lot of the watching, and I just what it always amazes me the time you put in to what you love. It's a wonderful hobby, and it just to sit there and the battle scenarios you create. I know it's a game. I get that you're going off, you're making the maps, but that's still incredible to me. I know the few times I get to talk to you, I say it, but that's all. I love watching that stuff. I remember you had me roll dice. I was like, I rolled horrible. I felt so bad. The Americans were getting there. I'm like, he's like, now Al, all you need to roll, like there was one, I think like I needed 1 through 4 and we win that little skirm. You know, we do well. I rolled a 5 and a 6. Like,
gaming. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's fun to do. It's funny. So I was on with Kev Sharp last night, and Dev, you saw that.
Yep, I watched it. Yep.
And we talked a little bit about making videos and what kind to make, and I got to tell you, I'm leaning a little against learning the game live like that. Now, the cool thing about it is that I had a couple guys come on, so I'm learning that game. There's other games I know that I play, like the one I was probably playing with you, or that had you on. But learning the rules is a little tough live for everyone involved. So for me, because I'm like, okay, I got to think, well, what are the people they have to have? So, because sometimes you get lost in the rule book and you're like, okay, and then it goes silent for 5 minutes. Or and it can be just unbearable or I'm just making mistakes up like the wazoo and watchers are going, what is this guy doing? You don't know the rules. So I think it's a little tough like that. So I'm rethinking my strategy on playing games while I'm learning them. Though it did help because a couple guys were really helping me out, and one guy ended up coming on the video and kind of walking me through pretty challenging assault steps. So that was pretty cool, and especially now that I can't get together with anybody. It's nice to be able to,
I can see what you're saying. There's pros and cons when you're playing a game, regardless whether it's a military game or a sports game, and that's what predominantly in our community, that's what we're playing, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And because there's a couple of games that people have said try out and give me samples of, and I'm just not there yet comfortably. And usually I'll just jump into it and do it. And I go, I just not comfortable yet understanding, not that they're hard. I just want to get it down better. But what you're saying is a catch-22 because you might have someone in your stream, especially in the military sim community, that they'll help you out. And that's really cool that they do that,
Yeah. Yeah. And it was awesome. And, so like right now, I just want to, I want to give a shout out to,
yes, sir.
Oh, look how blushed she is. Look how blushed she is. She's so cute.
Actually, that's more of my tan from my walk today, I think. But,
that big northwest sun.
Hey, it got up to 79 here today, dude.
Oh man, are you wearing shorts right now?
No, I'm still wearing PJs.
No pants. Okay.
No pants.
Before you give the shout out, real quick. Are you wearing your daytime PJs or your nighttime PJs, or do you not change?
Oh,
I don't change.
Okay.
No,
that's too much work.
Exactly.
You change into daytime PJs?
I change.
Yeah. Oh man,
you're fancy, Al.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I put this in your thing. Did you get a haircut or something, Al? Because your hair's looking so stylish and sweet. How'd you do that?
My hair.
I was about to say, I'm sure Nurse Teresa had something to do with
it. I couldn't figure out. I said it'd be funny to YouTube this, right? But I couldn't figure out how to hold the camera. And again, that was, it was just fun. I just got a new long story at the camera, the phone thing. But who do you want to give the shout out?
Oh, so I was on a thing in one of the many Facebook groups I'm on, and there's a game called The Last 100 Yards by GMT that I had not played yet. And it's a tactical level like ASL, lock and load, whatever. Each piece is a squad. But it does have a lot of unique mechanics in it that I'm not that familiar with, but it uses a D10, which I love, D10.
Okay.
Anywho.
Why do you like that's a pure percentage then, the 0 through 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like with games.
Yeah, I'm not really clear how this game uses them, right? But anyway, I just like it because it's different. But real quick, so I was on the thing, and they're coming out with an airborne expansion or something like that, of course. And I said, oh man, when this furlough is over, I gotta try this game out. And then I don't know, I got a private message 30 minutes or an hour later from Mark, and I'm going to mispronounce his name. I'll just say Mark B.
Okay.
And he said, hey man, give me your address and I'll send you a copy. I'm like, whoa, okay, that's awesome. Cool. And so he did, and I got the last 100 yards. So I was setting it up. I was on another chat right before we were with you guys, and trying to walk through it. And because what I need in my life, Devin, is another tactical game.
Exactly.
I need another hole in the head.
You need to start playing the one Uwe's game from Academy.
No, I have played that. No. I'm done with that one. Nah, that's another topic.
Todd, the last 100 yards is something you're gonna put up on your channel once you get used to it, or?
For sure. Oh, definitely. And especially since it was, I think the guy that sent it to me. I think he's pretty tied in with. I think actually he's tied in with Lock and Load. Mike Butow, Beutow.
Not a name that I'm familiar with, but that doesn't mean anything. David doesn't
Sure.
share everything with me. I mean,
Sure.
I know Lock and Load. I don't know what else is most of the other. I know some of the other stuff that's going on with the company, but
yeah, Kev thought he might be related, not related, but involved. But
associated
anyway,
with, yeah.
because so Mark is definitely, I think, pretty involved in this game. I was going to look up his names in here somewhere, but so yeah, I definitely will, especially since he sent me the game. I mean, I feel like I owe something to somebody here about that.
What is your first impression with something that jumped out to you that's either that's well done or different? I know games are all kind of this, even sports games are similar, but sometimes there's a little different twist to something.
Well, D10's a little different. ATS uses, ATS, another one. ATS uses D10s. I honestly, I haven't done enough reading on it to know. I'll tell you what, the counters punch out beautifully, and they're bigger, and so that's nice. You're not gonna be able to tell this on there, but
that is good size. Yeah,
nice size, nice clear.
Artwork's nice.
Yeah, no, it's very clear. It does this cool thing with time. So it's got a time track on here, and after each turn, you roll a dice and figure something, and there's a time lapse thing. So 2 minutes elapses or 3, and it's putting pressure on the attacker because you're going for a final score. And this is just me now, just kind of had just been reading about this scenario, and you need to get final score. So you win by either beating the differential casualty limit, and I can explain that in just a second, or the final score is greater or equal to 46. And so, but that time comes into play too. So the more time elapsed will penalize the attacker. So it's kind of forcing them to get a move on, and that'll vary. So it's not like in a football game, you might play and every pass is 10 seconds. And so.
Again, I don't play as many military games as Todd and Devin do. I've never heard of a time elapse with. I mean, days. Like the day goes by. Like now it's day whatever. Yeah. But that's
a variable. That's a new thing to me.
That's like minute. You said minute to minute. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've got minutes, 10 minutes, and an hour here. So that's pretty cool. No, I haven't really had that in a game. No, Dave, we're not talking about golf.
We talked about golf earlier, Dave.
I'm just kidding. This is Al, so you can talk about whatever you want. Now, the casualty differential limit, I have a feeling, is a little like it's a casualty track. It's probably like, differential. So if, how many forces do you lose, the U.S. versus the German? And so the Germans is 4 and the Americans is 2, because the Germans are on their attack and they are attacking with two platoons, and the Americans are defending with 1 platoon. This is an intro scenario. Of course, it's got tanks and mortars and all that garbage. So, but it's another cool thing about it is it's very important, I think, at some point about this game, keeping unit cohesion and stuff. Now, that's not that unusual, but each, I'm looking for the piece here I can show you. They've got named leaders, again, not odd. I mean, ASL and most of the games have that. You're not going to be able to see this.
No, you see
on the bottom here is a 1.
Yeah.
It's a white thing. And then the platoons are marked. So there's 3 squads of first platoon. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
No, you can see it.
Okay. So, and they're a part of, this is actually Baker. The white circle is Baker Company. And then you've got first platoon, second platoon, third platoon. So it's kind of structured that way, and they're labeled on the thing that way very clearly. And so I'm guessing that there is some unit cohesion, and rules involved here, which is pretty cool. And I also like how they use Able Company, Baker Company, and then Germans it's first, second, and third company, and then the platoons. So that's another cool thing. And they've got dummy markers, concealment, and all that stuff. And finally, I think the combat is not so.
Again, Todd, if you're just joining us, because we actually have 10 people. So Todd's talking about the last 100 yards
by GMT Games.
Yep.
fairly new. I don't know what he did, but I don't know about that, a year or two out, I think. Or something.
Yeah, something like that. No more than 2 years.
Kind of cool.
Yeah,
Todd. He must
2019.
have seen your channel.
What's that?
The gentleman who makes that game must be aware of your YouTube channel to send you that. And I think that's pretty cool.
Well, here's the deal.
Yes.
The guy that sent me, and it isn't the guy that designed it. It's just a fan of the game.
Oh, wow.
That's what I mean.
That's
I mean, either way, it'd be generous. But
Yep.
I thought that was incredible. And I think he's held play test or something. I don't know. But anyway, it was super nice of him to do that. But finally, I think the combat goes. So, so that -2 up there is their tank attack value.
Okay.
And that's bad to -2, but they're weak, right? Attacking tanks, and the range is 4 there, so they have to be pretty close to attack tanks. You can probably have some Shreks or and
So on -2, whatever they roll, I'll say for my terminology, you -2. Is that?
Yeah. You roll the D10, you -2, and of course terrain makes a difference and some other things.
So they could do damage. You just have to roll high because they're not meant to stop tanks. Or
yeah.
You got it. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, so that's kind of a cool thing. And then there's a ton of charts. They got a lot of good play aids, so that's a cool thing. And that comes with 10 to 12 scenarios, which is cool. Nice play. And they come with 2 sets of player aid cards, which is a nice thing. When the games come with 1 set of player aid cards, like, what am I supposed to sit next to Devin and share the card? I mean, what is that? That's ridiculous. I don't like Devin now. It's a COVID. I'm supposed to be separated. So that's pretty. GMT's pretty good about their presentation and their thinking through user experience. So, for lack of a better word, they've always, to me, they've been pretty good about that.
You've been more hostile, Devin, and Devin towards you than when you guys played against each other in that game.
Oh yeah, we don't mess around. It's bloodshed. It's
But
pure.
When you guys going back against each other, I enjoyed that so much.
Well, I need to get with him and Kev in some games. Yeah, we need to do that. Probably need to play a little lock and load this time.
Yep.
That was enjoyable. It was.
Yeah,
That was it was one of my most favorite things I've ever watched on YouTube Live because you guys.
Dang, Devin, we got to get at it.
We got to get at it. Get her down.
So polite. I'm like, okay, I get it. It's a game, and you're friends, but you're supposed to be killing each other's units. Let's go at it. But it was,
I think Devin and I definitely have a similar approach to gaming. And
right, you're waiting for someone to make a mistake. I loved it. It was awesome. It was fun.
Yeah, it's funny. My YouTube, I need to change it. I just don't take the time to do it. But my YouTube channel, that top bar, the long tall banner is from ATS, from the game that he and I played.
Yep.
And I'd like to keep it up there just to rub it in Devin's face. I just enjoyed him.
Kicked my buttocks in that one.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I mean, I really, literally, I was like just plinking stuff out from long range. I'm like, dang, this game's great.
And I was shooting at you, but you were behind the ridge line, so all my shots were hitting the you were in hull down, and I was hitting the ridge line. I couldn't hit you. So
yeah, he just churned up the dirt.
Yeah, I was.
Now with all your military gaming, with your because you're into the I think you called this was it last year the year? No, this year the year of the paratrooper.
No, that was last year.
It was
last year.
So with all your military gaming, have you been able to get back to your little sports sims? Because you did some soccer I enjoyed.
Oh man, I gotta tell you what, I haven't. Al, I've kind of I might have done a couple at some point, but there is a soccer game I've really enjoyed playing. Soccer is a tough one, right? And and I don't know that much about it. Soccer's one I kind of grown into it with some friends at work that really like Premier League, and my son used to play. But there's a game called Soccer Row, and it's basically, and I've played a few live games against my son on there and some solos. And it's square, it's a grid, right? Square, and you roll a dice, and if you roll 6, you can split up that among all your guys to move. So you can move a guy 2 and another guy 2, and anyway.
Yep.
And kick and score and all that stuff. But there's no
board.
Say what?
Is that the one with the little players on the board where you?
That's Sabuto.
Okay.
Yeah, where you flick them.
Yeah,
that's Sabuto. That's a cool game. I've not played it, but it's really fun to watch people play that. So Sakura, but there's no player skills. I mean, it's just me and my son playing, and so which is nice because it's a level playing field really. But and he and I added some like each team, like someone could have Ronaldo, and we added like a couple, like you got an extra role or something like that. But there's a soccer game, and I need to look it up on Board Game Geek, that appears to be
Similar?
like Sakura, but with player skills now.
Cool.
It's a different company. And so, I can't remember the name of it. Maybe somebody watching.
If you could send me a message and just because I'm looking for it. I keep looking at Soccer Blast because I do.
I have that one.
Yep, I've seen you play. You're playing with the Cosmos, and I'm a big back in the day. I love the Cosmos, and I'm always trying to look for a game with the Cosmos or something similar to that. That's when I liked. I still like soccer when it was on before all this, and I watched Premier League. But that's, and I remember you saying the names, and it just was so much fun. I watched that whole video. It was just fun. I'm nothing against those. What's the company? Play.com.
Play.com. Yeah.
I'm a numbers guy, and so when I have to say those, and I look, Dave Baseball Demos does a lot of History Maker baseball. There's other people.
People love that History Maker baseball,
but it's a little different thinking. But I keep looking at the soccer game. So if you whenever you find out that one, if you don't mind, if you remember, if you shoot me a message in Discord, like a link to it, so I can check it out. And
yeah.
The other thing, I have a new, when Nurse Teresa, we got the full move in now, and I have a bigger table I can bring up here. So I could lay it out. And the other thing, if anyone, because you guys, especially Todd, but even Devin, I have a new phone finally with a real camera, right? What do you what do you use to, if you use your phone, what kind of clip? That's not the right word. I don't know what holds it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I could. Yeah, let me go downstairs and get mine. I'll be right back.
Thanks. Because I would like to use my phone for my card and dice stuff because it's a beautiful camera.
Yeah, they're really good. Okay, just I might fade out here because my
No, that's okay. Okay, you have a tripod.
Yeah, this is just a normal tripod, but what you have to make sure is you get the attachment. It looks like this, so you can put your camera into it. And I think I paid like $10 for this one, but
Devin, if you don't mind, obviously nothing's an emergency, but if you could send me some sort of link in Discord private to cool, because Chris from Tabletop Delaware, he has a wicked cool setup. And Todd's going to come back and show me what he uses because you guys have great. The picture, Todd, your picture quality for what you do is great.
Well, thanks. So, Devin, can I see yours real quick? See if it's the same.
It's just a.
Oh, that is different than mine. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, see what it is.
Got a tripod.
Well, this piece right here goes into the tripod, and normally you see this little screw here.
Yeah.
Cameras will screw into it, but you get this that has this little adjustable thing, so you can put your phone in it, and you can either put the phone.
Can you go this way or that way? Either way.
Yeah. You've got two different screw holes in it, so you can put the camera whichever way you need.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay, so mine, very similar thing. Mine's called a jellyfish. Square jellyfish.
Yeah, mine's called Whiz Gear.
Jellyfish.
Okay, look here. It's beautiful, shiny. Same thing. Flips up. You do need to make sure, like you said, that it fits your phone. I use a iPhone with an OtterBox, which is humongous, and it fits it and holds it great. Yeah, you can go sideways. I never go that way. So, I mean, I always film sideways because
I've got a case. I've got a case on mine, and I have to pop it out of the case to fit. But
and you have a smaller tripod than
Devin. So this is a Joby, and you can find these. They're all over the place. Just Jobies or whatever. and it kind of wraps around stuff. You can hang it, this thing.
Okay.
And then I've got a normal tripod. So this has the normal screw, like everything has. This has the to accept the screw, and then I use a tripod like Devin's got. But then, most of my live streams are done with a with a Logitech C910 or something like that. It depends what I want to do. But for StreamYard, when I'm doing StreamYard, I usually use that thing on there because I can use my computer and type and stuff.
Yep. Thank you for sharing the information. I just was curious because I tested my camera today in the wind. It was kind of a funny little thing. Didn't come out well, but the camera, I was like, wow, the picture quality is when it wasn't, it's really nice. And then I fooled around with putting it against my card and dice stuff. I'm like, whoa, that's sharp. I wonder if I can do that. I mean, I've seen people do it. I had an idea. I just need to know what kind. So I appreciate that. This jellyfish has been fantastic. I mean, I would highly recommend it. Excellent.
It's been working well for me. What do you use? Do you use OBS or something when you do these vids?
Yes. I think you should try OBS. It's free.
I know it is. I know. I'm so lazy.
It has hiccups. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to, but it's free. And if you try it and you don't like it, doesn't cost you.
And they have made it more user friendly. Back in the day when I first started using it, it was a nightmare. Yeah.
2 updates in probably the past month that it is much more user friendly.
Yeah.
And it's just OBS is the name of it.
Yeah, open broadcast software.
If you type in OBS, or it's free. Try it. If you don't like it, it didn't cost you anything. Like Dave Gardner uses something different, and it's it's nice. But again, it's free, and for free.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to try it again. I tried it a few years ago, whatever, and I just was like, I have to. It just requires a little bit more work to get it set up, and then you're good.
Yes, absolutely. Right. You have to do a scene. And then you set up a window or a game. I mean, for you, it'd be a window. Actually, you would be a video. It would be a video because you're using a camera for everything.
Yeah, his scene would just be his webcam because he doesn't do layers like you and I do when we're playing games on the computer, where we have to have the layer, then the window for the webcam.
Your stuff comes off good anyway. But I'm just saying, if you want something to try, that way you invest into pay, because it's similar probably to paid stuff, and obviously the paid stuff works a little better, but it works pretty good.
Well, yeah, but like StreamYard's expensive, man. Yeah,
StreamYard's. That's why I say I gotta start doing this or get rid of it, because I stopped doing chat with Al. Circumstances with stuff in life.
Yeah, I mean the free version of StreamYard's been tremendous. I mean, it's been worked for me. It's been awesome. So I don't want to downgrade the company or talk the company, because the fact that they offer it free is fantastic. It's just the paid version. I can't afford that. I mean, I don't make money on my channel, and
neither do I. And that's why I was like, I'm waiting. Let me try this, and if I'm going to use it, if not, then I do like this setup. It's fun to talk to people, and because it's my entertainment dollars, and I don't do any. You know what I mean? I find this is my entertainment. It's like if someone goes into the movies or goes on vacation. I don't do that. This is what I do. I like talking. Yeah. I get to meet all kinds of fun people that I would have never met. So
well, the paid version definitely allows some more cool stuff. The chat I was on before in Rocky's War Room, he puts a scrolling thing on the bottom, and just some really.
I got to start doing. It offers a lot more, but I'm going to go just a little longer because Nurse Teresa's probably going to go, "Are you coming to bed?" But
brown chicken, brown cow.
Tell us a little more about your channel, Todd. Itinerant Hobbyist.
Oh, well, that's nice. So Itinerant Hobbyist, I know it's a long name and no one ever knows how to pronounce it, but that's because I like travel to hobby and all that stuff. And now the Robe is a co-host. So
that's funny.
So that was my dad passed away in November, and I got some of his clothes, and he had this amazing robe from Britain that is amazing. I'm not a robe guy, but I am now. That thing is, I want to snuggle up with it. So when I wear it now, people are like, "Where's the robe?" And the robe compels you and all that stuff. Okay, so I'm mainly military history. That's my thing. I'm a World War II gamer. I'm very narrow focused. I obviously I bounce around to stuff, but I'm really World War II tactical is my thing. And it's mainly started out board war games, and then it's slowly moved to also miniatures because I like the immersion. I think it's fun on video, and I do live plays that can be. And my goal with the live plays where I'm just going is for people just to kind of sit in and listen in, especially for mini gamers because they're painting and they just need somebody there. They need some background noise.
They're very fun.
Yeah.
And if you don't know it, it's literally you have models, my terminology, models, and you make your own scenario, not scenarios. You make everything, the
terrain and all that.
The houses, it's just really cool. So please check it out. And Todd's fun at doing it. He's interactive with the chat, and you learn stuff, and it's just fun.
Yeah, and I do a little occasional little historical, with the scenarios too. Try to put a little history into it. Not a whole lot. I don't do a lot of that, and try to play like other people like Devin and Kev and some other people occasionally. It's really rare. I should do more of that because I think that's pretty popular too, and it just helps to have another voice on there. The solo stuff. I do a lot of solo games. Just a lonely guy, man, and I should start putting therapy sessions on there live. What was the other thing I wanted to say about them though? And I just do goofy stuff, dude. I mean, I wear a robe on thing. I just say silly, goofy stuff. I love the history, and the history is important to me. And representing not representing, but that's very important to me. But there's also a game, and even the history, you can have fun with it. It's just we're all just a bunch of goofballs here, and it's a nerdy hobby. And come on. So I try to be lighthearted, friendly. Don't do politics or religion or all that stuff. I mean, and I kind of stay away from all that. Just try to have a good time and meet cool people.
I highly recommend both Devin's channel and Todd's channel. Devin's channel is the original Grognard, the OG, and Todd is Itinerant Hobbyist. And I think I actually said it right. You know what? YouTube, and then we're gonna leave shortly. I'll let you guys have your final says and stuff. You can no longer, like in the chat, if I'm watching something, I met more people by going, oh, they have a channel. Let me look. You can't do that anymore. That pisses me off. That hurts all of the little channels. Smaller.
Wait, what?
Okay. So if you were in my chat, I would say check out Itinerary Hobbyist. This, and people go, how do I do that? I go, well, you click on the side. You can't do it no more. And I was like,
yeah, you can report or block them.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't let you check out people's channels anymore. Yeah, that happened at the beginning of the year. That was part of YouTube's whole thing. Yeah, it was a bad decision.
They should go back because that's how communities grow. That's how our.
Is it? No, it's probably to keep people like some wackos coming in. And, yeah, okay. Whatever reason. That's too bad because I did the same exact thing, man. I'd be like, oh, who's Devin? And click on it and go like, oh, okay.
That's how I came across. I think I came across Devin first, and then you were in the chat.
No, you were watching Todd.
Okay,
Todd was doing something, and you were asking questions in chat.
Everyone else was ignoring me.
Right, and I mean, there's the first part of me is like, Al, Red Sox fan, what's a sports guy doing in here? But you were asking questions that were really pertinent to what Todd was doing. It's like, all right, guy seems legit. So I just started answering you. And that
people thought I was trolling. And I'm like, no, I just want to, I understand strategy. I just, okay, what does that mean? I mean, like, why is that? Yeah, you're right. And you're polite enough. And then that's how I met Devin. And that's how I met Todd. And I'm very happy. They're cool guys. And with that, I'm going to let Todd, so check out Itinerary Hobbyist, Military Gaming. And it's fun. He interacts with the chat. It's cool stuff. And if you're there, you hit that like button, you share. I even put them up. I put you guys, every once in a while I wonder, and I'm like, I don't care anymore because digital to dice, Facebook is, sports. But you know what? Military strategy is right there with sports. And I put it up on it and I tweet you guys out and I put you in our Discord. And
I appreciate that.
Yeah, see, I don't have to worry about putting in Discord because I know you will. So
I try to. Sometimes, what stinks when I'm at work? Sometimes I forget and then I remember and I go, I don't have Discord at work. And
Yeah.
I'm listening, and people, so I can't. And then sometimes I try to watch as many of the people I subscribe to as possible, and especially you guys. It's fun. It's just relaxing, and I hope you guys do play against each other again, or it'd be fun, or well, however, because I enjoy that. And,
Oh, we will. It's just we need to make the time for it. So
Yeah, exactly.
and Todd, thank you very much for jumping on. I'd like to have
Yeah,
you.
thanks a lot.
So next week, it's Devin, hopefully again, if you're able to, right? And then we'll have Kurt and Todd, if you'd like to come on, if you're available. You don't have to stay on for the whole, whenever you want to come on, early, late. And Turbocharge wants to come on.
turbocharge. Yeah.
That's going to be fun. So he's a sports gamer, and he's into the military sims. And I like when we go back and forth. And again, I do my goofiness. Please, if you're watching for the first time or later on, it's comedy. It means I'm trying to make people laugh. So, but we talk about historical things. And again, we Dev and I always say we're just talking we sims. Please don't take it any other way, or just what if scenarios, because that's fun to me. Whether it's history, I find it interesting. And also, you need to subscribe to both these wonderful channels, because one, you get to see Todd fly a plane, which was so freaking cool. He was flying a plane, and that's
Yeah, that was awesome.
that was cool. And I think you were with your father-in-law.
Stepdad. Well, I was just visiting my mom and stepdad, and they live near an airport, and the guy was like, "Hey, you want to fly with me?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I mean,
a World War II trainer. I mean, come on.
And that video is on his channel. You might have to search for it a little bit, but if you go in someone's video live, you can find it. It's really cool. That was cool. And
it's a Texan, so Todd flies a itinerant flight a Texan or something like that.
Yeah, it was cool. I've watched. It was like, I think there's two of them, two videos, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
And it was and Devin's Devin, always polite, and questions, comments, concerns. If he doesn't say
questions, comments, concerns, complaints, criticisms, and
send it to the HR monkeys and drug rehab. So
fun.
Thank you, Todd.
Yep. Thanks a lot, guys.
Any final words before I go to Devin?
No, I'm good. I'm just trying to find that soccer game for you. But
when you do,
I'm good. I appreciate you letting me on, and
anytime. I just we're starting to do this again, just because I'm mentally I'm in a better place. Went through a lot of tough stuff. I'm sorry about your father's passing. My father.
Oh, thank you.
Also passed. So I know what you went through. God bless you. Stay strong. And a lot of times I've given credit to many YouTubers. I've listened to Devin. I've listened to your stuff. Dave Gardner, Ron Juckett, Mr. Utah Mike. Then for other things, like You Always Win, one of the few bigger channels I listen to with the zany zombie stuff that I like. But you guys got me through so many bad times that to hear, I told this to Dave before, and he's probably, if he's still here, God bless him. To hear a familiar voice, just to relax, just to sit there and go, I'm listening to my friend. Going through whatever I had to go through at that time period. I greatly appreciate it. And you guys help me out as much as anybody. Just listening in the community. And I don't know if people think it's bullshit when I say community. I don't take it that way. To me, community, it was a little catchphrase because I did the wrestling thing. I said, I want to come up with a name. I said, what are we? Well, we're friends of the channel. And then it became friends because more and more friends of the community. And that wrestling game still doesn't work because I had so much fun making characters, and I would just call the match, and that was fun. What the hell was that called? Fire Pro Wrestling.
Fire Pro. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Devin.
Only thing I got is questions, comments, concerns, complaint, criticisms in the comment section below. See ya.
Stay safe. Be smart. We'll get through this coronavirus together. Love you all. God bless. You know what's coming. Peace.
See ya.
Oh, hold on. Turbocharge Sports wants to get links to Todd and my channel.
Okay. We're still on, right?
Yes, you haven't hit the big red button yet.
So let me do this real quick. Am I the only one who can do that? I can.
No,
do it.
anybody who's a moderator. I'll put up mine. You get Todd's.
Okay, I'll get Todd.
Thanks, man.
So bear with us another moment. I'll go to my subscriptions.
If I can even remember how to find my own, how I always have the hardest times.
Oh, you just go to your channel.
Yeah, but see, my channel says is view as subscriber. See, because my channel is with me logged in. I don't think if I give my link.
Yeah, you can. I think it works.
Really? Okay, well, let's
Just gotta
try
go to
it then.
audience here. And I'll have Todd's. Now I can put that in StreamYard, right? Yeah, it should work.
No, if you do it in StreamYard, it'll be just us. You're gonna have to go through YouTube.
Oh, okay. So let me go to YouTube because we're closing. Oh, I can right here.
It'll be just us. You're gonna have to go through YouTube.
All right. All right. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna put it in YouTube. Gotta go back. All right, so I muted YouTube. Now I can do this. We almost had the echo sound. We probably had it briefly.
for a brief second or two, yeah. Oh, and Turbo, if you're on Facebook, I can be found at The Original Grognard on Facebook.
I gotta friend you, or you gotta friend me. You know,
Dude, are you on Facebook finally?
Yes, I use someone else's last name.
Good idea. That's what I was telling you to
I
do.
know that. Well, I didn't listen. Now I did.
Did Nurse Teresa push you into it?
Yes, and I enjoy
Good,
Facebook.
good.
Because it's even more nice. I stay away from the crazies.
Good for Nurse Teresa. So yeah, just send me what your Facebook name is on Discord and private chat, and I'll take care of it.
All right, this is Todd's channel, Itinerary Hobbyist. I got it. Anthony from Bleacher Bums Gaming. Anthony, just finished watching you. Insane Fights. Excellent. All right, so that's Todd's channel. And I'm going to get out of this part now and go back to StreamYard.
Well, the funny thing is, each one of us has over 1,000 subscribers. We're supposed to, at 1,000 subscribers, we're supposed to be able to get a personalized link that we can use instead of UC3FD, whatever.
I am not allowed to do that, just like they continue to review me from. And again, I don't intend to make a ton of money on it. If I can make a little ad money to help me buy some games, that's fine. I'm never going to ask anyone for money.
I don't want to deal with YouTube's policies and procedures.
I thought about going to Twitch, but I enjoy YouTube because I'm there.
Yeah.
But anyway, please check out. We put their links in the channel, in the YouTube, whatever, the chat. No. Devin, the original Grognard OG, Todd, Itinerary Hobbyist.
Found the soccer game.
Did you? Can you put it in the Discord?
Yeah, I'll put it in there. Counterattack is the name of the game. Counterattack.
Just put it in or just or just put it in the regular, actually a private one, because then I know I'll see it, because sometimes Discord goes way up and I don't find what I'm looking for.
I'll do it.
Yeah, the last couple of days there's been a lot of chattering going on.
Yeah, the golf game is. At least it got people off from talking about Stratomatic baseball, whether it's good or not.
Yes, that's true. However, it was still the same person who initiated the conversations both times. We won't go into that.
I love that. He's hilarious.
I know. I gotcha.
So thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
And
thanks.
Health and happiness. One more time. Stay safe. Be smart. We'll get through this crazy time together. It's going to go back to sort of normal at some point, and it's starting to. God bless and peace. Love you all.